No, 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 no! Ah!
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Patrick Randolph Dinty, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Frodo NL, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Michael Pitsley, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Richard Lorbieski, Jenna Farron, Rob Inman, Alan Murphy, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, The Backyard Shed Gang, Terry Steggy, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged. Sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody. We've got a great show in store for you today. We're going to be talking about MAME and other cool stuff. Are you excited to be here? Because I know I am.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, we are live and we are on the air. Hello, everybody. Hello. We've got people out in the live chat already. So we've got Mark Overholzer and 8-Bits in the basement, and Sean Ernst and Frodo and James Jones is out there. Tim Franklin saying no YouTube question mark. Jim Rye is out there. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another action-packed live episode of CoCoTALK Live, the only show ever needed to be watched under any circumstances. And we're here. We've got a great panel. We got all kinds of things to talk about and to do and whatnot and what have you. So we're going to go in reverse order today as we introduce the panel. So on the bottom of the panel, on the bottom of the planet, in the counterclockwise direction, how about we say hello and good eye to Nicholas Morentis. Good eye, Nick.
I got a bit less time to go to sleep. You started at the bottom. All right, good day, everyone. Okay,
Hello.
now I can go to sleep.
All right, go back to sleep. And we have we're very, very pleased and we are honored with the gracefulness of Grant Leedy joining us today. Hello, Grant. Thank you for slumming it.
Hey. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Glad to be here today.
Glad to have you. We got a guy who says, CoCo, I can do anything with a CoCo. I can add keyboards to it. I can add Raspberry Pis to it. I can do anything with a CoCo. His name is Mr. Dave 6309. How you doing there, Mr. Dave?
Hey, I'm doing great. Good to be here.
It's good to have you. We got a guy who's excited to be here today, and he really likes toggle switches. It's Jason the CoCo Man Reichert.
Oh, hello, Stevie. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I've got my water, and I'm ready to go.
Oh, I am so excited that you were here today. Is your weasel greased? Oh,
Classic.
our resident Atari guy joins us today. We've got a resident Apple guy. We've got a resident Atari guy. He's Sloopy Malibu. Hello, Sloopy.
Greetings, Steve. Hope everyone's doing all right and had a great holiday this week.
Absolutely. Glad to have you. And if you don't mind, just hang on there, Sloopy. Next to Sloopy, Alan Murphy. How are you?
Doing all right. How y'all doing?
That's a great question. How are y'all doing out there? How y'all's is doing? Y'allins.
Wonderful.
All right. Excellent. The guy who makes us all jealous with all of his acquisitions, Brian Weezer's in the house.
Hello, everybody.
How are you, Brian?
Problem?
No.
I have a problem, and I admit it, and then
The first step to recovering from your problem is admitting that you have a problem. So you're on there. Next to Brian Weasler, a person, in case you don't know, today's a very special day. Not only is it special because we're going to be talking about MAME and CoCo on the MAME today and MC10 on the MAME, which, by the way, I've always said is a fantastic machine, incredible computer, amazing machine. But we're also celebrating the birthday of everyone's favorite Canadian, L. Curtis Boyle. How are you there, L. Curtis?
happy birthday, Nick Marotta. Oh, sorry, wrong.
You're a little late.
All right, and
Thanks, I feel old.
he snuck in on us, so let's go back to the bottom of the screen here. David Ladd, are you here, and are you excited about being here today?
Why, yes, I am, Stevie. Is everybody prepared for today's show? I am.
We're prepared for the show. I'm not so sure we're prepared for David Ladd.
Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from the one and only
David Ladd.
Oh, dear God. And speaking of a man whose name is so nice, we must say it thrice. It's none other than Nick Marotta. Nick Marotta. And wait for it.
Nick Marotta.
How you doing there, Nico?
I am great, Stevie. It's wonderful to be here with all my friends and you guys too.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind, and
you
thank
need to
you.
get better friends.
Yes. Well, we've heard from our resident Atari guy. Let's say hello to our resident Apple guy, Mark D. Overholzer. Hey, Mark.
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. We got a guy who's got a garage. He's got some Tandy stuff, and he happens to be the neighbor of Paul T. Barton. It's Rendezvous.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? Speaking of neighbors, the neighbor of Nicholas Marentes, a guy with a much better Australian accent than Nicholas Marentes. It's Chad. How you doing, Chad? G'day.
You are using the speech sound tag.
Our guest of honor today, he has been known to be playing Daggerath like that idiot from the book. It's Tim Lindner, everybody. Hello, Tim.
Hey, everybody. It's good to be here.
All right, Tim, can you dial back on the condescension just a little bit?
Dripping sarcasm, that was.
We got people sneaking in on us here, too. We got a guy with a fabulous beard. Rick Euland's with us. Hello, Rick.
Howdy, folks.
Our backup streamer and engineer, Mark Bosley's with us. Good afternoon, Mark.
Hello.
Neighbor to Ron Delvaux, creator of electronics and users of multicolored wires. It's Paul T. Barton. How are you, Paul?
I got a pile of wires.
Got a pail of wires.
They're colored.
They're multicolored wires. We've been joined by the creator of Digger 3, Chet Simpson, has joined us. Good afternoon, Chet, or good morning for you, wherever you are.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Diego has joined us. The
hey, everybody.
100% stakeholder in all switcheroo products in the entire country of Uruguay. Diego's with us. You're the top consumer for your entire country of all CoCo MAME products. Did you know that, Diego?
Never forever. I deserve a discount.
I said Uruguay first, then the rest of the world.
That's it. That's it. You take it over one at a time. And then last but certainly not least on our panel, let's just say Dave's not here anymore, man. Let's give a warm welcome to Danny O'Connor. Hello, Danny.
Hello, everybody. A bit of a big change coming up here. Pretty exciting stuff, though.
Welcome, Danny.
Welcome, Danny.
Thank you very much, Nick. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Should I do a bit of a brief thing now, or should
Sure,
should
go
I wait
ahead.
till should I wait till we're doing the introductions, or was
No,
speed
go ahead.
introductions? I
Do
suppose,
it.
so.
Do it.
Okay.
I heard a beep in the background. Are your buns done over there or something?
No, it wasn't a beep here. I might have been the air
That was my
conditioner or something,
phone.
but-
That was my
Okay.
Sounds like a Game Boy turning on.
That's my sound notification sound. It's the Mario coin. I'll turn that
All
down.
right. So, Danny, go ahead. Tell us what's going on, Danny.
Yeah, well, basically, it's a bit of a massive change. Obviously, I'm Danielle now. I actually really am Danielle. That's who I am. I was born with ambiguous stuff down below, and the doctors had to make a decision, and they made the wrong decision. Although I don't blame them for that. You know, they had to do something. And I also have abnormal chromosomes. I'm 47XYY instead of either 46XY or 46XX, like most people are. So yeah, I actually made the change in 2001, and then I had proper surgery to fix everything up down below in 2003. And I lived as Danielle until 2013, and then made a mistake, changed back to David, and lived that way until now. And it's now time to return back to who I really am. So, so this is the real me. And yeah, I've got to start, changing over the hormones and everything, which will help the voice and it'll help the face and all the rest of it. So there's a bit of a process involved.
Anything that could help my face, because I need something.
Don't we all?
You didn't make a mistake, David. You didn't make a mistake.
Just Danny.
Danny.
Danny, yes.
We all have to get
I
used
made a mistake just now.
Yes.
Calling you David. I assumed a gender.
Yeah, no, look, people have known me for quite a long time as Dave. So, if people slip or whatever, I'm not going to be offended in the slightest. And I'm obviously being very public about it this time. So, that's cool. No problem at all.
Welcome to the panel.
Well, welcome to the panel, Danny O'Connor. We're glad to have you here. And
Thank you very much.
Thanks for sharing that with us. We have a lot of people sharing things. Most of the things that are shared on here are things we could probably done without having heard, but thanks for sharing that. So that is awesome, and we're here. So now we can definitely say we have a gender balanced panel. We have a female on the panel now, so there you go. Excellent. Now we all have to start acting on our best behavior now too, because there's a lady in the room. All that good stuff. That's no lady. That's Danny. All right, so that's no lady. That's my wife. Right. So take my wife, please. All right. So
I have a question about it's gender related, sort of.
Okay, Ron.
Is the speech and sound pack male or female?
It's neither.
Robotic is what I would call it.
I believe you need to ask the speech and sound pack what pronoun it prefers. That's the 21st century way to do things now.
Well, the problem is I get one answer on a CoCo 2 and then a different answer on CoCo 3.
Well, we have a person on the panel who knows a little bit about speech and sound pack here. That would be Tim Lindner. Tim, is the speech and sound pack able to be gender fluid, or is it hard left, hard right?
No, the sounds it makes are hard coded into a ROM, so it cannot be changed. But most modern speech algorithms can be changed.
I like female voices for my GPS and stuff. I find them easier to listen to.
The Super Voice CoCo cartridge actually did let you change the inflections. You could change it between male to female, or even have it sing for that matter.
So let me ask another question. If you can't use the sound pack in double speed, right? So, which would tend to make
you
it
can
higher.
if you fix the pack, yeah.
Okay, so it could sound in a higher tone, but not necessarily
changing the speed of the code.
No,
it's not a sample. It's not sample based or waveform based, right?
The
So-
clock that's running, the clock that's running the speech chip is not tied to the CoCo's clock speed. So the speech chip is only one frequency. It does not change.
So it doesn't matter how fast things are working inside. It's still going to say, "Hello, how are you? I am fine."
Yeah. A few of the chips are tied to the CoCo frequency, but the speech chip is not one of them.
Okay.
Side note, I believe the Navy found out that a female voice is more intelligible in a loud environment or something like that.
So. Well,
The pilots tend to pay more attention to it, yeah.
The higher frequency can pierce through noises. It's by design. Like if you believe in whatever.
Most
of
the
pilots
are male anyway. I thought it was more like a mind thing, like you tend guys where most of the pilots were men, so they tend to pay attention to women.
Oh, and it sounds more reliable if it's a British woman voice.
Yeah, so
I like
more culture.
I like a female Australian accent or a British accent.
Crikey.
For my voice, for the
and over here, we're sick of them.
Yeah.
We prefer the American and the UK accent.
All right, well, Danny, thanks for sharing that with us. We have just finished our panel introductions. I think we've gotten everybody. Did we say hi to Mr. Dave? We did. We said hi, Mr. Dave. We said hi to Diego. Hey, Diego. All right, so we do have, as the name of the show would introduce, today's show is called MAME Talk, and we're going to be hearing from Tim Lindner on what has been CoCo specifically added and updated and stuff to MAME over the past several months. So there's been a lot of CoCoCentric MAME updates that Tim has been the driving force behind. So we're very fortunate to have a member of the CoCo community, also part of the MAME team. And so CoCo things are getting done. And I think it was when early on, I think it was on CoCoTALK episode 9 when you had just released the emulation of the speech sound pack, and that was revolutionary. The fact that this chip has never been fully understood or emulated or anything else. So the fact that and it wasn't just you, was it, Tim? It was you and maybe a few other people working on that.
About a half dozen people contributed to that.
Yeah. So that was
really
pretty auspicious of an occasion, getting that cartridge emulated. And so we did talk about it back then, and I remember you even went through and gave us a little demo on how to, if somebody wanted.
I looked at that video recently. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was, and thanks for doing that. And so it's good to kind of regroup and talk about MAME from time to time when there's something worth talking. A lot of times we're going to be complaining about MAME, like, oh, they did an update and they broke this. Oh, the user interface sucks. It's not user friendly. Wah, wah, wah. But when we have something good to say, we want to make sure we do that. And so. And the only reason why I think I'm even halfway aware is because I'm watching what Ron Klein is doing. So Ron Klein from time to time will say, hey, I'm updating the CoCo Pi MAME GitHub because there's new updates to MAME, and here's the release notes of what he's done. So I'm kind of like a fly on the wall to what Ron Klein has been posting about those updates. I'm like, you know what? I'm seeing a lot of these updates, and I'm kind of only half paying attention. Maybe we should get some proper, explanation of what's going on. So who better to hear it from, right? So thanks for joining us today.
Hey, High Color 2 works perfectly on it.
Yeah.
Unlike VCC.
We're not going to say anything bad about the competition.
No. So
they're doing updates too, we'll be honest.
VCC can work. I mean, but you have to work at it.
Now, Nick Marotta.
Yep. Ready.
Is your instrument ready? All right, so before we get into updates and acquisitions, this is the part where we all sing along, where we are going to sing happy birthday to...
Well, I have to go get a coffee.
Everyone's...
nice try.
Everyone's favorite Canadian who happens to be on the Nitrous 9 project.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, this is going to suck.
Are we ready?
Yeah, it is.
You want to start it off, Nick? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, L. Curtis, mother effing Boyle. Happy birthday, you Canadian SOB.
Thanks to that, I just aged an extra 10 years and 30 seconds.
Perfectly out of sync as intended, right?
Oh, that was great. That was great. I'm glad we're recording this, right? So,
we're recording this.
Yes, for posterity's sake.
It's going to be released, but the best of CoCoTalk. It's going to be an album we're going to release.
CoCoTalk, it's going to be 30 seconds long.
Curtis, I bought you a year supply of adult diapers that are coming up your way.
Oh, that is mighty gracious of you, Grant.
I just use the backyard. That's what the deep snow's for.
All right, so we are into everyone's favorite part of the show except Nick Marotta. His favorite part is where we mention his name. But
yeah, wake me up when it's my turn.
So most everyone's favorite part of the show, project updates and acquisitions. And how about we do ladies first? And Danny, any updates or acquisitions or things you want to share that you haven't shared already?
Well, I suppose there's some updates. I've had a few physical updates and some acquisitions. Yeah. In CoCo land, I've gotten out of the CRT monitor. I managed to escape out of that. It's I had to give up being David to get out of the CRT monitor. That was what the problem was. But somehow I managed to get stuck inside my CoCo D. So. I'm still stuck inside a monitor of sorts. So, but yeah, it's just really, really good to be able to be real, even if I am stuck in a monitor.
You're really stuck. Okay, cool. Now I know Sloopy, we missed you last week, but you said you're not quite ready this week. But if there's anything you wanted to just verbally, if you can't show, if there's anything you want to tell us that you've been working on, Sloopy.
Basically, what the project actually is I put drive wire internal into my CoCo 3 so that the cartridge port stays open. Basically, it's all working in the proof of concept. I'm going to have a board made so that it's a little bit more polished. Right now, my CoCo is sitting on my workbench waiting for me to finish up the digital joystick adapters, which is going to also be an internal modification for my machine. And either next week or the week after, I'll be able to do a full presentation of it.
Okay. Well, we look forward to that. I know you've been talking about that. So basically your computer is going to boot up to, which was it, HDB or RGB DOS?
HDB DOS with DriveWire.
HDB DOS with DriveWire. So you boot up to DriveWire capable CoCo, which still has a cartridge port open to it, and then you can just plug in a cable and start loading software over the Bitbanger port.
That is correct.
That's pretty cool. Who'd have thunk it?
The full PCB version will be able to choose between 4 different ROMs. So in addition to HDB DOS with DriveWire, you'll be able to do the HDB DOS for the CoCo 2 so that you don't have the high speed issues, and 2 others of whatever your choice are.
Oh, okay. Like we could throw YaDOS on there, or maybe even SDC DOS, even though there's no SDC. SDC DOS has DriveWire built in as well. So, a Nitrous 9 bootloader or something. God forbid.
Ah, finally something useful. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that you could run HBD DOS for CoCo 1 and 2 on a CoCo 3. You can?
From what I'm told, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, the big difference is that it's a little bit slower, and you don't get, because HDB DOS with DriveWire for the CoCo 3 runs at high speed all the time, unless you expressly turn it off. But if you access the DOS, it turns it back up to high speed again. So for games that are like single load, this is a problem because it runs them at high speed.
Okay.
Sloopy, will you have to make sure that you don't connect any ROMs to the cartridge port?
Yeah. The final version should change it so that it actually disables it with the switch.
So you won't have to be so careful.
Correct.
Would it coexist with a physical disk controller when it's all said and done, so you could be on DriveWire and copy files from physical disk to DriveWire?
If the ROM supports the physical disk, yes, but if you have like a SDC in there, no, because I'm just using the ROM that comes with DriveWire. So whichever ROM that's in there, I would venture to guess that supports the standard Tandy floppy disk.
Okay, cool. Who else has a project update or acquisition they wanted to share with us this week? Anybody? Brian Weisler, you're raising your hand.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That was coming through, I guess, a little quiet a little bit ago. So, yeah, I have a couple of different things here. It's been a little while since I've shared anything, and I've kind of been on a controller kick lately with like floppy drive controllers and other types of third-party cartridges. First, I'll start out with this one here. I had shown this one here. Oh, I'm kind of throwing stuff around here. Sorry. I'd shown this one here a while back. It was the J&M type controller.
Nice.
And Curtis was asking if it was the one that had the serial port. What's that? Was that parallel port? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yep. Thank you. And it wasn't. And actually, our guest of honor here on the Tim here actually reached out to me, and he had one that he offered to sell to me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be playing with this one here and hooking it up. And I actually bought myself one of the cables. It's the type that you would use like with a Model 100.
Yeah.
Where it has the small connector there. So that will that'll plug right into the side of it here. So I'm hoping to play with this connector here. Yeah. So I'm going to be working with that one. So I was very thankful that he reached out to me. That was very nice. And we worked.
It worked pretty slick because we used to run that at work until we upgraded to the Eliminator, but it ran full speed parallel. It was nice.
Very nice. Yeah, I want to play around with that. I want to get more.
And it's bi-directional too, so you can actually read off the port like the old, what was it, PC Anywhere or whatever it used to be.
Oh, okay.
That type of thing.
Okay. And you could read stuff into either, but that was with OS 9 that you were working with, correct? Or Actress 9?
Yeah, we were. Yeah, but you could write something to read and write to the port. It's not a single direction parallel port.
Correct. Yep.
It has 16K JDOS in it.
This one here actually, yeah, thanks for mentioning that one here. This actually has both the RS-DOS and the JDOS in it. And it has the switch up here so that way you can flip between the two. And so you can either boot straight into JDOS or RS.
If it's a 16K JDOS, it'll even have that memory mind or disk alignment software built in that you need that special disk for.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll look and see if that's in there then. Thank you. The next floppy disk controller that I got, this one here was the DMC one. So this is the one that has like no halt type capabilities, so it can read and continue to read and write without pausing.
Is that like Disto?
It's got a much bigger cache than Disto. That's the one Bill Noble had. We actually did some of the original Nitrous 9 development on that. The Disto one has a 256 byte cache on it, so it can buffer one sector, and if you try to read a PC sector, you have to slow it back down to halting mode because it's too big. The DMC one has two options, an 8K cache or a 32K cache. You can buffer like entire tracks. So it was just ran lickety-split. Like you could have the whole directory buffered and then never have to look it up type thing. It was quite fast. I wish Bill was on today because he could talk about it because he loved that thing.
Yeah, I want to try to do some demoing with that with OS 9 and kind of do some tests with reading and write files and just kind of do as a comparison to kind of show how much quicker it can be. So
Ryan, if you have any software or documentation on that, I'd love scans and dumps.
On the DMC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I might even still have those, Tim.
Some, manuals, ROMs, drivers for OS 9, anything you got, I'd take.
Yeah. I've got those too, Tim. There's a special version of SDisk 3 by DP Johnson that was specifically written for that controller. I think I still have the docs and the source code because they actually gave the source code if you paid for it. So
cool. Send it my way, please.
Okay. Another option here then. So a guy up in Canada, he had posted out on Facebook, Phil Chapman, and he had a number of different items and that he was selling from a large lot that he had acquired. And I worked out a deal with him here on some other cartridges. So another controller that I've been wanting to get is the Disto. Is that coming through there? The Disto, it's the Super Controller 2. So that's I'm looking forward to kind of playing with this one.
And you know that's what it is because it's written right there on that bag.
Brian, I was guessing. And I was
just going to ask, do you know, does that have any of the little satellite add-on boards inside of it too? Because they used to have like the 2-in-1s. Just the plain.
No, this one does not. Because there was also the I think it had a real-time clock option that you could put in there.
Oh, there's like half a dozen different boards. There was like 3-in-1, a 4-in-1, just a parallel. SCSI or SASE
I think this one here was just the controller, just the vanilla one that it started with. And And then another one here, I've been trying to do some research on this one, and I guess I'll do a shout out if anybody has any information on this, pictures of the cables, documentation. There's a very little bit out on the archive, but it's the make sure I get the right name here. It's the Kenton
SCSI,
yeah. Yep, it's the SCSI interface, and
it looks like a repurposed disk controller.
Yeah, it is.
Cartridge.
It is almost identical.
Yeah.
So it does have your edge card connector, just like you'd have for a floppy drive.
Okay.
But it needs to go to a certain type of SCSI. The documentation talks about it as far as a SCSI drive, but I don't have the cable, and I really haven't been able to find a very good picture or any documentation on a cable. So I'm going to post something on Facebook.
How many pins are on that edge connector? Is that?
It's just like I think it's a 40, just like you would have on a floppy.
So maybe
a
floppy is 34, but
34,
40 is like IDE.
Right.
I wonder if you could use an IDE cable.
No, this one is the 34. I'm sorry, I misspoke. You're
okay.
right. So it is the 34. The one picture I was able to get from Alan Huffman, because he had sold one of these about a year ago.
Okay.
He sent me the picture, but the cable's all coiled up, and it looks like it's going to like a parallel type connector. And you can see where the ribbon cable's been split, and one part of the cable goes here, one part of the cable goes there, and it's been crimped down, but it's kind of hard to see. So I'm going to put a call out on Facebook and also Discord to see if some folks here can help me out with that.
My fading memory is that was a hard drive adapter, but I could be way off.
That's right.
Yeah, it's for SCSI hard drives, yeah.
Yeah, this was for SCSI, and the documentation talks about how basically this is almost like a pass-through device. It's basically passing through directly to, so you had to have a SCSI drive that had, I'm drawing a blank on the type of drive it had to have. It had to have its own controller built into the drive.
Interesting.
But anyway,
it's like more like an adapter.
So this is more like kind of like a SCSI interface that just gave you the protocol, but it wasn't a SCSI controller itself that did the driving of the devices. Okay.
Yep.
Technically, the host adapter.
Host adapter. Okay.
SCSI drives were used a lot in music production as well, especially with MIDI and sampling as well.
Yeah, Max used to use them pretty exclusively too back in the 68K days.
For pulling samples quickly, as opposed to trying to read it off a floppy disk.
Yeah.
Now, I will mention one thing that was really cool about the Kenton SCSI is that he actually demonstrated at a fest one year where he actually had, because it fully supports the master slave protocol, he had two CoCo 2s, I think it was, hooked up to the same SCSI controller, sharing the same hard drive at the same time.
Wow.
Which I never saw done by anybody else as far as that goes.
Is that what was documented on your site, Curtis? I think I remember reading something on your site that you had some link on it from a Rainbow Fest from back in the day. I can't remember.
Yeah, because it was one of the earlier Rainbow Fests I went to, like 86, 87. He actually had that as part of the show demonstration on the show floor.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that. Then the next one that I got here.
So should we just rename today's show Brian Weasley Presents? I mean,
Brian Weasley goes for his
I need to get on more often so that way I don't get
let me know when we can pause for a commercial break before we continue here. So yeah.
Does Rod need a bathroom break yet?
No.
Can I interject?
Steve, can you move the white panel out of the way?
Why?
Because I'd like to see what's going on without having
to see anything.
Rebroadcast.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Help me out with this name here. I think I'm getting it right. Is it Rutherford Research?
Rutherford Research. Yeah.
It's Rutherford or Rutherford. I can't remember how it's pronounced.
So it's a CoCo MIDI. I'm putting the words together. Interface, and I have tested it out, and it does. It plays. It uses a. I've tested out on a couple of different the software programs. The one that Brian Schumer set up is the main one I've been playing with. So, no, it works great.
Did you record it?
No, I was just doing some playing just to make sure it works from the OS 9. So, yeah.
This is the one that the current batch, the new batch here, and the Glenside one was based on. It has not just the MIDI out, it has MIDI in, MIDI out, and MIDI through. So it's the full blown.
Okay.
MIDI control.
Yeah, this one doesn't have the MIDI through port on it. It hasn't been added in here. It's labeled on the front.
Okay.
But there's no corresponding port with it. So. And there's also a MIDI number 2 on it, so I'm not sure exactly what that was capable of. So if I don't know if there's more hardware that could be added to this one to do some. So I think Alan Huffman sold one of these about a month and a half ago. I believe. I can't remember. But his had some extra ports that had been modded onto it. So
Wouldn't it be cool if those ports are there, just the case doesn't have them?
I haven't taken the screws out. Maybe I'll have to do that and just see what's there.
Hey,
So
Brian, where
Yes.
are you finding all these modules?
some of it's just eBay. Some of it's just reaching out to folks. Some folks reach out to me.
Some people just show up at his door with things.
Just
Brian, if you can just hold on just a second before you go on to the next one. I got a comment from David Ladd in the chat room. I know he's trying to speak on the show here too, but he said the Kenton SCSI controller normally has a cable that went to a Centronics 50-pin connector that plugged into the back of the external SCSI drives, but you could make an IDC 50 cable for it as well.
Okay, so I just need to look at the pins and okay, yeah, because a lot of the drives that in the documentation that is out on the archive there, it gives a specific type of drive that it recommends. And it has the 50 pin on the back of it. So I should be able to find the pin out on that and compare that to this, and maybe I can make a cable up.
No, David, you're on the panel. Do you have one of these or?
I have a Canton controller that I myself haven't used because I acquired it and it doesn't have the cable. But there were 3 people here that was in the Color Computer Club that used to be here in Omaha, and 3 people had the Canton controllers, and they changed the SCSI ID of the Canton controller, and we had 3 CoCos that were CoCo 3s that were booting off of one SCSI drive.
Oh, so everybody had their own
the
different
Canton.
ID. Okay. So you were like kind of in a serial bus where you were daisy chaining?
Well, that's, yeah, SCSI, with the SCSI 1 that these Canton controllers are, the SCSI 1 only has 0 through 7 for SCSI IDs.
Yep.
And normally most of your SCSI host controllers that would be in a PC are locked to 7.
Yep.
Some of the Adaptec SCSI controllers, you could change that. And you could do the same thing with those controllers. You could actually hook multiple computers up to the same SCSI drives.
Yeah, SCSI was an awesome protocol. I wish it had one kind of rather than IDE and some of the others, but
the difference would be that if you had multiple computers, they would need to have different SCSI IDs, so they were all unique devices in the same chain, right?
Right.
Yeah. And
Right.
SCSI did win.
So you end up with like a back station system there with everybody connected by SCSI. That would be cool.
Anybody remember what SCSI stands for?
Yeah, Small Computer System Interface.
Oh, cool.
To me, SCSI just sounds like something that needs cleaned. Like, ew, clean that. It's SCSI.
Tim, you were saying that SCSI 1. What do you mean?
Yeah, the hard drive interface we all use now on our computers. What's it called?
SATA?
SATA.
Yeah.
That all uses SCSI commands, not parallel commands.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was thinking like IDE back in the day, which sucked by comparison. But yeah, you're actually right.
So one of the other things, like if you ever do decide to build a cable, you need to be very mindful of your SCSI terminating resistors on your drive chain, because since the Canton only has, I think, 2/3 of the SCSI bus, there's 1/3 that won't be terminated on the first drive that gets connected to that chain. So you'll have to make sure that first drive gets that termination resistor, which a lot of people overlook. So
What will happen if you don't have it?
you'll have
The signal
data
reflects back down the
errors.
bus.
Yeah, it's just like not having too few or too many terminator resistors on floppy drives. Data gets corrupted.
Well, I will be leaning on you then when I get ready to make my cable.
Okay. Reach
Watch
out
out,
to
he's a
David
hugger.
Ladd. Yeah.
Real quick, then, and I'll wrap up my segment of the show.
The Brian Weasler segment.
Also from Phil, he had a Flight Simulator 2 in the still in the cellophane there.
Phil or Tim?
Phil.
Oh.
Phil Chapman.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep.
Fine.
And then
Nice.
two last things there. I did receive.
Wait, I thought that was the last thing.
No, I got two other pieces of purchases here.
We have two other last things. Excuse me.
And I did also receive my serial number 2 of the Joey High Res. So,
crikey! Look at all those toggle switches.
Crikey! Look at the toggle switch on that one.
Look at that chicken head knob on that one.
That's not a toggle switch.
That's a toggle.
That ain't a switch. This is a switch. Anyway, and then also I haven't had a chance to play with this one yet, but Zipster's latest offering there, the MX 128 SD.
Nice.
So for the MC10. So yeah.
Incredible.
So I don't know if any of you've got that yet, but he's changed the material that he's 3D printing these on. I don't know if this has come through, but it's kind of a grainy gray color, and it's really kind of cool rather than just white.
Okay.
It's like gray speckled.
Is it more of a velour?
Yeah, it's probably not coming through here very well, but yeah, it's really nice. I like it. It's different than just
the
the
on
white
his
case.
site. There are good pictures of it. You can see the gray speckled up there.
Yeah, it's very nice. So
cool.
I have no more.
No further questions, Your Honor. Okay. Before we go on to the next person who has some updates, let's just go back to some people in the live chat who have been with us. We mentioned James Jones was here. Tim Franklin was here. Jim Rye, AC's 8-Bit Zone was here. Frodo has joined us. 8-Bits in the Basement. Ken Reichard is here. Retro Innovations, Tim Franklin. And then as we were scrolling down, Tim Franklin said, happy birthday, Curtis. And then Mike Dancy on Facebook says, I've never seen so many old bearded men in one place before, except for that Santa convention in Vegas that I got sucked into. All right, so that's good.
We're not all men here.
Yeah.
That one old choke.
Hey, Stevie, I did send you a picture in the private chat that maybe we could share.
Okay, and then we have Mike's Tech Rescue out there. Hey, Mike's Tech Rescue. What am I looking at here? Curtis? Is that the Curtis picture?
Yeah.
Download. Download. Desktop. Where is it going?
Oh, it just has an open file link right there under the picture.
There we go. There's Curtis Boyle. Everybody see that?
Nope.
Hold on 1 second. Let me bring up my Discord again. Okay. Do you guys see there?
That's at a Rainbow Fest in Chicago. That was my loot after one of the shows.
All right.
Look at those Temples books.
Yep.
Look at that. Young Curtis
Oh,
Boyle.
let's look at the bed. Let's look at the products.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot much more interesting than my
Curtis, what the
horrible
hell's up? What's up with those eyebrows? Did you put on clown makeup that day? What's going on there, man? They're like 9 feet tall.
I think that's just the film grain.
That's a little bit post mullet, I think. Yeah, I bought a lot of stuff at that show.
Yeah.
That would have been 88's Rainbow Fest, I believe.
See a bunch of disto stuff.
Yeah, including might be the SC2 in there too, if I remember.
I see a deluxe joystick.
Deluxe joystick, a Rainbow magazine. We got stuff in bags.
Window writer I can see on the left there.
Tech reference manual.
I see a lamp.
A lamp.
Guy in the back holding up a CoCo.
Yeah. That is quite the haul, huh?
Is that when you got your CoCo 3, Curtis?
No, I had the CoCo 3 for a bit, but I brought it down so I could test all this stuff between, the evenings there when the show was shut down. So
very nice. Should we sing "Happy Birthday" one more time to Curtis?
No, it's not adorable.
Mike's Tech Rescue's out there. Hey, Mike's Tech Rescue. Samuel Gimes is out there. Terry Steen. By the way, Terry Steen is selling a bunch of CoCo stuff. He's offloading his collection. I think he posted a link in our Discord server under our buy, sell, trade channel. I think he's selling it via eBay. I think his eBay name was Tandy 2000 or Terry 2000. You have to chime back in on that one, Terry Steen. Maybe just post a link to your. I asked him to come on. We have Canadian Retro Things out there. Mike Tech Rescue. We have Jim Rye out there. Ken Reichert, James Jones, Kevin Holloway saying happy birthday, Mr. Boyle. And so Mike's talking. So we have a lot of people out there. Very busy day in live chat today. We got 55 live viewers as we speak. So very cool. Everybody wanted to wish Curtis a happy birthday. Is what it was. Cool, Brian.
Bill Noble's here too.
Bill Noble has joined us. Hey, Bill Noble, how's it going, eh?
Oh, pretty good.
Hey, take off.
By the way, happy birthday, Curtis.
Oh, thanks.
You missed us
I'm
singing.
still younger than you.
Nick Marotta, cue the
True.
ukulele, Nick. Nick Marotta, cue ukulele.
Uh-huh.
Cue the ukulele. We got.
Are we gonna do it again?
We're gonna do it again.
No,
Bill just got
necessary.
here. Bill just got here. Come on, fire it up. Fire it up. Come on.
You don't need any more ear bleeding on
Turn it up to 11, Nick. Let's do this.
Especially if I sung.
Lawrence Byers is out there. Hey, Lawrence, how you doing? All right, who else had an update or acquisition? Something they want. Let's go. Come on, Nick.
Well, I do.
Happy birthday. Sing along to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, L. Curtis, mother effing Boyle. Happy birthday, you Canadian SOB.
And many more. That is about as out of sync and off tune as the last call at the bar.
I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could do worse.
Happy birthday! Yeah, that's good.
Is that dog power in the background?
Yeah,
We
right.
closed a few Cocoa Fists that way, didn't we?
Blame Zoom.
Yeah, we did.
It's all Zoom's fault.
Go home,
beer
Zoom.
was flowing.
All right.
Good always
I hear dogs howling.
Monroe style.
Go home, CoCoTALK, you're drunk.
Oh, all right.
All Zoom's fault.
Who else had a project update or acquisition or story?
you know
I
I
have to agree with
Stevie.
Scott Cooper before the next project update because he says I just cut my ears off. I feel like doing that too.
All right. Jason, the CoCo Man Reichard, maker of fine quality products with fake Australian names.
As I like to call Australian inspired product.
Australian inspired products.
Although sometimes it says fake, but Australian inspired. Let's go with that. I do have to. I have several here, not as many as Brian Weasler, so don't worry. You don't have to pack a lunch this time. I do want to revisit one recent acquisition, and I believe Nick Marentes is on the call, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I got my disc, and I have to tell you, there's definitely a problem with it. I think they sent me the Australian version instead of the US
upside
version.
down.
Yeah, so I guess I'll be talking to you offline about that. But
It's a
think
genuine
You'll have to
Australian
return
product.
it for the right side up version for the North
Right.
American.
See, the
Right.
problem is
That
because
was-
it's from Australia. If you go to throw it, it's just going to come right back to you. So
right.
That's the right way.
Looked on the inside, everything's upside down. I just like they sent me the wrong one.
That's
Okay,
all
but
correct. It looks good here. It's just that
That's
you're
the
upside
PAL
down.
one, I guess.
it's
That-
kind of like
must
when you
be,
pull
yeah.
nails out of the bag. Some of them are pointing towards you. Some of them are pointing away from you, and that's for like
Exactly.
which side of the house you're working on when you hit them in. So.
Aye.
must
Yeah.
be. But seriously now, I know if we can actually do we get serious here? I don't know. But what I have a couple other I'm going to call them giftquisitions. And I received one here in the mail here recently, just the other day. It was a surprise. It was kind of a belated birthday gift, but I got this from my brother. Can make it if I can.
CoCo Man Biz, look at that.
There we
It's
go.
great. Did Ken make
His
that?
other skill with wood.
Yes, he
Ken
did.
made that.
Can make that because he did make that.
He even
And
I like the
spelled
RGB coloring.
Yeah,
too,
I like the
that's good.
RGB coloring, and he spelled the
yes.
dot correctly too. So good job
Yeah,
there.
the
Ken.
dot is spelled correctly.
Yeah, so-
That's awesome. It's a bit of a belated birthday gift, so that was pretty cool. I appreciated that.
That'll
And
work.
That's
thank
awesome.
you, Ken, and that part of the
It
family.
matches the genuine wood grain of your $5 ukulele behind you there.
Yeah,
so.
look at that. And I've got a hole where I can either hang it on the wall, or I've got this handy dandy little
Look at
little
that.
stand.
Look at that.
So, that's craftsmanship.
That
there.
is. That's quality.
That is-
Quality
Wow,
craftsmanship.
That is
Can
quality.
make it.
I appreciate it. I love it. It's gonna probably hang up on the wall here at some point, and it's
Shameful.
because it was a
Shameful
it's
product.
not a shameful plug. It was a gift. It's not a shameful plug. It was a gift. I'll just hang that right up there. And what's your website? I don't know. Just right over here. You know, when I get my finger working right
Yeah.
there.
Jason, are you going to be bringing those to the show at your booth then?
I could. I've got the handy dandy little stand.
Yes,
we
you
could.
could.
Yeah, I think you should.
You should.
Yeah,
It's not going to be like a mug and a
No, you
display
should
case
be
or
like it should be
anything.
in a crystal case that rotates with lights
It
and
should have
everything.
been shaped like a boomerang.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's awesome. That's great. I love it. I'm going to have to hang it up, but I wanted to show it off first before I hung it up there on
Neat.
the wall.
That's cool. Good job, Ken.
Absolutely. And then finally, and this is the big one. This is the one that got held off with. This one got bumped last week.
Oh man.
Not exactly CoCo related, but it is retro related.
Okay.
So I'm gonna allow that. Like I have any say. But I got
Absolutely.
this here. This was an early Christmas gift from the lovely Sarah. And if I can reach it, it's really big. It's
Adam.
I
This
got a CoCo Atom in the box. And this
Wow,
is something
cool.
I had been eyeing at my favorite.
you're gonna cause your neighborhood grid to flicker when you turn that thing on. You're
I know, right?
If it's not already broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. It does work. I've tried it out.
In the box.
I think it's one of these things that pretty much has to be in the box. And
Yeah.
I got this from.
So
this
it's-
came from my favorite consignment store in her neck of the woods. But I'll just leave that up.
That's the whole set, right? So that's the
that's the whole
ColecoVision, the whole
set.
set with the printer. There was a kit too where you could. That's the Atom computer system, but there was also a kit where you could upgrade your ColecoVision console to become an Atom computer too.
Right. There was
yeah.
There was an expansion port.
And keep in mind, there is nothing so useless as an Atom without its printer, because that's
Oh,
the
yeah,
power
because
supply.
that is the power supply.
The printer was the power supply, and apparently, if you left a cassette in the cassette player when you turned it on, it would degauss the tape for you. So
Yes, it would. And there's even a sticker. There's even a sticker right on the computer that says that. And
yeah, well, that wasn't on the first generation one. That's
No, I'm
like
sure it
warning
wasn't.
labels. Somebody has to drink the poison before they say, "Hey, by the way, poison bad." So
got the console, got
Yeah.
the keyboard here, even though I'm holding it upside down with even the little
No, it's Australian.
controller.
Yeah, that's
Came in
right.
from Australia.
It's the Australian keyboard. right?
I can see that properly.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah. Of course, I do have the printer. This big honking thing. It's so nice and convenient to have to turn the printer on just to use the thing. And
Was
when
that
you're
all
changing
in
the
the
game
box?
cartridges.
And that
Was
and
that
that
all
played
in
the
that box?
Yes, it was all in this box. This box is huge. I think that's the whole reason that store still had it. It's like, this is going to be too expensive to ship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, but when you think about it, that was technically a fully loaded computer system, right? Because no computers
Absolutely.
came with a printer. There was zero computers. A printer was a peripheral that costs possibly as much as your computer itself did, and it's something you added on later unless you had money, which I didn't.
And
so,
as I recall, it was a daisy wheel also, so it had.
Yeah, it's daisy wheel printer.
It is a daisy wheel. I even have somewhere around here. I have some spare ribbons.
Kinda slow.
They're probably dry
Kinda-
too. I haven't tried it, and I have a spare daisy wheel around here
Yeah.
somewhere. But that's not important right now. But I'm sure I have some pre-dried ribbons here.
Oh, yeah. Little WD-40.
There are
There you go.
ways to get around the whole power supply thing. I saw an interesting video. I forget the YouTube channel now, but a fellow actually designed a board and a circuit that actually would go internal, right where that would. There's all kinds of room in there, and go right where the existing port was. Plus, provide pass through for the printer. So, but I
Yeah,
I
they
looked
do.
and
They
the
do
video
make
was about a year old.
aftermarket. Yeah, there's aftermarket power supplies for that where you can bypass the printer.
And this was actually a open source project, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to check that
Oh,
out again.
cool.
But because he said he was gonna offer a kit, but then I looked. The video was from October 2019. But so I'm gonna have to look into nothing else. I can have boards made next time I get boards or something if the Gerbers and everything are up there that I need. Plus, it did come with 3 games. I got Frenzy, I got Smurfs,
Ooh.
and War Games. I don't have the definitive title for this console yet, which would be Donkey Kong, but I'm sure they're out there. and I'm
Well,
sure they
yeah,
can do that,
there's Super Donkey Kong and Super Zaxxon for that are enhanced versions because that had 32K of RAM.
Yeah, it has a tape drive.
Yes.
And this is not a normal tape drive. They kind of look like compact cassettes, but they're not. They only use one side.
Okay.
And you are missing some of the holes that you would normally have for like some
Ah.
controllers and stuff down here on the bottom of a compact
So they
cassette,
wanted
so
to create an
won't fit.
exclusive market.
From what I hear, whatever little I've looked into it, because I've been busy with those Joey High Reses, but This was the pack-in title. The what is this? The Buck Rogers.
Oh.
That was a pack. Somehow I got 2 in there. Fun little game. The tape drive is not like the CoCo. It is very fast. You put it in there, it's like bzzz, like you're in fast forward. It's very quick. From what I've read, it only uses one side because it is utilizing all.
Oh, it's using the
tracks.
full width of the tape, so it's a custom format.
It is a custom format because if you get one of the blank tapes out here, it actually says blank, pre-formatted.
Pre-formatted.
Right,
wow, interesting.
Pre-formatted. And what I was reading was there is an index track on there, similar to like you would have on the
like a directory,
older, like tape backups.
Oh,
like the stringy floppy thing. Yeah.
So that's quite interesting.
So now you're our resident Adam guy now.
I'm not resident. What was that, Chad?
There's a reason why you got 2 copies of the cassette.
Probably in case I put one in the drive when I turn it on or off.
Correct.
And the game was so big, that game was so large, it was a 2 taper. Insert tape 1, load. Insert tape 2.
Well, I also got 2 copies of Smart Basic.
All right.
You want to know?
For some reason.
You want to know why you have that, Jason? It's because the first one died. They took it back and got the second one. They didn't take the documentation back. I know because I have a set and a half of Atom documentation too from my uncle's computer.
No, I have 2 tapes, so yeah, you got me. I have a whole pile here of like blank tapes pre-formatted tapes. I'm not sure what's on them yet. I haven't really mastered that. I got the tape drive to work. I stuck the Buck Rogers tape in there and hit the reset, and it just starts to spin. It loads the game automatically. I'm like, well, that's cool. I didn't know if I had to hit play or something like that. And I've got the word processing book, the Smart Basic book.
When it boots up, if you boot it up with nothing, it boots into a word processor, right? Word processors and ROM, so you could actually just use this to type away and turn your Daisy Wheel printer into a typewriter.
Right. There are 2 different reset switches on. There's one for the computer and one for the ColecoVision games. And I think these books look like these were probably third-party books. These are from, what is it, Q.
The second book of Atom using Smart Writer.
Yeah, the first and second book of Atom.
And the Basic was a form of AppleSoft Basic.
Yes, it's patterned after AppleSoft, including the DOS commands. So you use like PR number 6 to like boot the tape. Use catalog to pull up your directory listing.
Neat system.
Home the cursor.
And just so you know, so Henry Reitvelt in our Discord server, he refers to himself as Atom Tandy guy because those are his 2 favorite systems. He likes the Atom computer and he likes Tandy systems. So.
Right, that's Henry. Yeah, Henry
Reitvelt, sent from my phone.
Yes, better known as sent from my phone. Yeah, I got like.
So we now have Atom Tandy guy and Tandy Atom guy.
I guess.
And you can just be you can be Tandy Atom. You can
I got a troubleshooting guy. What else do I have here? Setup manual. I guess I should have read that first.
Yes.
Setup manual.
Read me first.
I just well, too late. I have. I guess if I want to file something, I have Smart Filer.
Smart Filer.
I guess I got to pull the roof off the house and just use giant folders. Oh, and there's another tape in there. Oh, and it is Smart Filer. Okay.
But smaller.
Oh, there's some kind of invoice in there. That's interesting. Expert type.
Expert type. Expert type.
Expert type. Yes.
Expert type.
Okay. Use only as directed. And
ask your doctor if expert type is right for you.
Do not take expert type if you're allergic to expert type.
That's right.
Oh yes. And one more thing, and this was just kind of in there. I don't know if maybe this was I'm guessing maybe this was a vendor or something. MW Ruth Co. Incorporated. Kind of looks like a little newsletter / catalog looking thing there because there's a lot of descriptions of software and no cross perforations there on that paper. So
look at that.
That was pretty cool. That's
a nice find she got today.
New Jersey. Oh, absolutely. And so I'm happy to have it. I just have to spend more time learning because it's a completely different world. I guess there was a disk drive for this or something. But I don't know. I don't know that for certain.
Okay.
So I'll find more out. And finally, here's someone just came into visit.
Rocky.
So we'll say hi to Rocky.
Okay.
Hey, how's your storage space going? You have enough room for some of this stuff, or are you starting to double?
I think I'm going to need to. I have to probably rent another garage, right?
Yep.
At least the Atom box creates its own desk, so you can just sort of
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That'll work.
Excellent. Okay, Terry Steen might be trying to join us here. Terry, let us know. Very cool. Very cool. Diego, we have not heard from you in a while. Anything you want to update us on as far as what you've been doing?
Not much. I've been mostly just relaxing and staying home. I did a couple of videos. I have a YouTube channel with mostly in Spanish videos. So I'm trying to be like you for Spanish market.
Oh, there you go.
So I have a couple
So you're
of
so you're
CoCo
doing
games.
really bad gameplay videos, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah. if I see that I'm getting close to get into level 2, I unplug my joystick.
What? Against the wall,
Yeah.
swear a lot.
What's Spanish for jerk?
That's El Jerko.
No, it's not Stevie.
Yeah. No. We don't get
Ringo?
that.
No, that's.
No,
So you don't make it-
some people would say.
So the one difference is in the gameplay videos, you don't make it past level uno.
Uno.
That's it.
Discúlpame, Diego. ¿De dónde es usted?
Uruguay, you are gay. I mean, Uruguay. I have the Simpsons picture in the back. I should have that.
Hey, D. Bruce Moore is out there. Hey, D. Bruce.
Yeah.
All right.
So welcome to Paul, who joined the panel too.
Paul Thayer.
All right.
Hey guys.
Paul Slayer. Paul Thayer the Slayer.
Yay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, how are you doing on your setup? Do you need more time, Tim Lindner? You're muted.
Yes, a little bit more time, please.
Okay. Do we have more updates?
I can show my webpage again.
We could do game on if you want.
That's what I was.
I have a circuit board. So.
All right. Well, how about we do this? How about, because we've some of these updates have gone a little long, why don't we'll split the updates to half and half? Is anybody pressed for time that needs to get their update because they can't wait till later on? All right.
Nope.
So why don't we do this? We're gonna do a commercial break. We're gonna come back. We're gonna get into game on results, and we're gonna talk about the game of the week.
It'll be a bit of a longer segment today, just a warning though.
Yeah, so during the there's a commercial break now. So if Ron needs a potty break, Ron can take his potty break. But there'll be another opportunity for a potty break when we show what next week's game is going to be, because it's going to be kind of like basically a tutorial video explaining what the game is and how the game works, because it's such an amazing game that we got to spend 19 minutes explaining to you how to play it. So something like that.
Sign of a good game.
Thank you for torpedoing my segment again.
Sweet revenge for you torpedoing the happy birthday song. So.
Oh my God! I played that with my heart.
I don't mean to give anything away.
Can
but
somebody
Color
get with Terry Steen offline and try to give him the information on how to join Discord?
Yes.
Terry, can you send somebody a link on Discord and how to get into Zoom or something? All right, we are going to take a commercial break and then we'll be back. I believe we've got a new Samuel Gimes that's related to the game on this week as well. So let us, since we are family pleaser. All right, since we're going into the game on segment, how about we do a little bit of Radio Shack TV games, because with rising entertainment costs, it's a real bargain. We'll be back after these words, boys and girls.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2, on sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages, it's expandable, and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2, sale priced for Christmas, only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D, Dungeon Crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALk.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Stop right there.
I can't go to this well again. This whole year has made me want to rethink my opinions, change my perspective, and maybe give this another shot. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I don't think so. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I don't think so. Trying to play Lancer, dragging, avoiding, growling, and whining. Wish I was done. The sprites are small and the sounds are whack, and you fly and you feel like you're skating. Cannot steer at all.
Okay,
Slow
Curtis.
turns. Takes 2 days to stop. Now L. Curtis Hayden. The ostrich flying, controls confining, hitting all the land on the way. My patience is thinned. Toss in bin. Poppin' buzzer, bait and push play. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. Yo, y'all, I don't think so. I'm gonna go praise Lancer. I'm gonna go praise Lancer.
Wow, Samuel Gimes.
Curtis, do you
paid
have
off.
any retort there, Curtis?
He was paid off.
He's just wrong. What can I say?
LL Gimes.
Yeah, you turnip that, man. That's all I gotta say.
LL Gimes.
I don't often use the word genius, but I think in this case I'll have to say that was a genius one, Gimes. You definitely.
He had us going there because
captured.
it was almost like, okay, we're going to hear the same song for the 3rd week in the roll, and then, and so Samuel Gimes, you know. I'm not sure what the cultural upbringing of Samuel Gimes is, but his musical taste is very deep, shall we say, because he's doing a lot of classic rock, but we've had some classic hip-hop, too. So we had It's Tricky, which is Run DMC.
Yeah, what was this one? I don't know the original.
That's LL Cool J going back to Cali.
Going back to Cali.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we went from Run DMC to LL Cool J is hard as hell. Right?
My
So
knowledge
that
of the
is,
hip hop and R&B scene is not as.
Oh, yeah.
And we can tell
Interesting
that
trivia.
because you said the hip hop.
The hip hop. Are you on the pot right now, Nick?
The hip hop scene.
The hip hop.
LL Cool J actually wrote songs for Run DMC before he became famous.
Have you ever listened to the hip hop before, Nick Maruda?
The hip hop scene. I said the scene.
Were you taking the pot at the time you were listening to the hip hop? Are you?
I also spell it T-E-H. Okay. T-E-H.
Hip hop scene, huh? Okay.
Hip hop's that thing that little kids play in the playground where they're hopscotching between squares, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll search on the Google and I'll find out what hip hop is. Okay?
Look on the Google, which is on the internets, and
that's on computers. You guys are losers. It's Curtis's birthday. Should be roasting him.
It's easier to
Way to push him under the bus. That's just a regular weekly thing. Don't worry about that, Nick.
Oh, dear God. All
Good job, Samuel Gimes.
Good job, Samuel Gimes, just showing your
Still wrong, but good job.
Multi-talented, diverse artist he is. So how about we take a look at the high score challenge and see how the game went this week? You guys ready for that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
All right, and welcome to another week of results. This week we played Lancer with 26 scores submitted. Our Ellen Murphy, 2,050. Joshua Craker, 5,250. Ben Vier Drakes, 5,900. Mark B, 6,600. Marcy, 9,300. Just Mike, 11,000. Rogelio Perea, 14,900. David Ladd, 15,000. Ken Reichard, 15,600. Vote of Carr, 17,100. Frodo NL, 18,600. OG Stevie Stroh, 21,650. Go Stevie. 8-Bit Zone, 22,800. Louis, 23,450. Nathan, 24,100. Mr. Dave 6309, 24,300. Alley Cat, 25,350. 8-Bits in the Basement, 27,450. Canadian Retro Things, 27,950. Me, 36,250. Tom C, 43,600. David Craker, 47,500. Jim Rye, 49,100. Paul Shoemaker, 49,350. L. Curtis Boyle, 96,200. Bit of a gap there. And the number one score this week belongs to, once again, it's Tasman, 116,850. Way to go. Excellent score. Thank you guys for taking part all these 3 weeks. And thank you.
Wow, Tasman. Way to go. Good job, Tasman.
Can we share my screen, Stevie?
You can share your screen, Nick, all you want. Sharing is caring.
My apologies. I think I forgot to turn the background music down there, so I'm sorry the mix was not as
Hey, you know what?
normal.
If it's too loud, you're too old, man.
That's right. Okay, so you see my screen?
It's coming up.
Okay. You see it?
Yeah, we see it now, yes.
It's up now.
Okay, so this week is going to be a bit of an expanded session. We're going to talk about the Lancer by itself, and then we'll talk a little bit about the voting, and maybe talk a little bit about what makes a game a favorite, and then we'll talk about next week's game. So there's the score from Rainbow, 663, which I think is reasonable.
I think that could be legit.
Yeah. And so here, the Rainbow review. Again, I did a search, so Lancer's highlighted before anybody says anything. So Rainbow reviewed it, and Curtis turned me on to a couple other. I didn't read this one fully, so I can't talk a whole lot about it. But it's Atari reviewed it, which was kind of interesting. Atari Age. This was what Curtis? I can't remember.
This is from Creative Computing, which is like one of the premier starting home computer magazines, like Byte magazine was from that era.
So it got a lot of coverage. And then Hot Cocoa. I like Hot Cocoa's because they actually break down. They gave it a 9 for graphics, a 5 for sound.
Can't argue that.
A 9 for playability, which I agree, and a 7 for documentation. Whatever. So.
See, for Stevie, it says NA under documentation, not applicable. He never reads it anyway.
I'm sorry, you're saying something?
And then here's Canadian retro things gameplay. So I'll start off, and I'm going to say right from this onset that I warmed up to Lancer because of this challenge we did. To me, buzzard bait it doesn't quite.
By the way, I just realized because I was trying to multitask, I had a window open. I was trying to message Terry Steen. Everything you were showing was not going out on the show because my freaking browser was open with me trying to copy and paste crap. So I don't know if you want to go back and show the magazine stuff again because it totally
okay.
did not. My bad. I'm sorry. I was trying to help Terry. I thought I was trying to multitask and be behind the scenes, and it turned out being
that's okay.
blocking the entire screen. Bad me.
So high score 663 from Rainbow. There's the Hot Rainbow review. And it's a high quality game. They liked it. There are a couple things they didn't like. And then Atari Age, Creative Computing, and then the Hot Cocoa review where it breaks it down by different different categories.
I like that.
Yeah. So here's Canadian Retro Things gameplay. So yeah, I warmed up to this game. It doesn't quite top buzzard bait for me, but it's very, very close second.
Always like he's arched a little bit. Like you need
we're hearing you.
Okay, maybe because you were sharing, Nick, they saw it anyways. I had my stuff covering your screen, but because you were doing the share, they saw the right stuff anyways. So now you guys saw it twice.
Anyway, so I liked Lancer. It's a very close second for me. I like the physics. I like one thing it does is I think buzzard bait. Whenever you hit a bird, you always go.
I think somebody needs to mute Brian.
Yeah, please mute Brian.
Moderators.
I think in buzzard bait, when you hit a bird, you always bounce backwards, whereas in Lancer, you can kind of skip across and go forward like a stone going across a pond.
Yeah, it depends where you hit the opponent. Like if you hit him from the side, then you'll bounce back, and if you hit him like from the top but a little bit past the center point, it'll bounce forward.
Things I don't like: does missing a troll hand. It doesn't show the eggs cracking. The dragon, which is the counterpart, is a little bit different. But overall, I mean, I would happily play either game. So that's what I think of Lancer. Anybody else have any? I'm open to opinions on Lancer.
Well, that night I did a live stream. I went through and I played all three games. Run after the other, and I went back and forth. So I started on Lancer. I worked my way down to Pegasus and to buzzard bait, and then from buzzard bait to Pegasus back to Lancer. My favorite is still Lancer for the physics of it. It feels right. Lancer is the one that feels the most correct as far as how the inertia and the gliding and the fall ratio and the rise and fall, it all feels right to me. It doesn't just, but everybody's version of what is right for them is, it's all relative. So
yeah, we'll talk about that a little more in the I do like the fact, even though the graphics are smaller, I like the fact that the bird you're riding on is a little more defined in this one. Like you can tell you're riding, I don't know, it just looks more like a bird, even though it's smaller. If that makes any sense.
And you can tell the difference between the ostrich and the buzzard too. Like the enemy shapes are a little bit different too. I totally side with Stevie. I mean, the sound is not as good. The graphics, they're more proportional to the arcade game, and they did do some pretty decent detail. But they're buzzard bait and Lancer for graphics wise, I think they could be equal in different ways. Sound, buzzard bait actually absolutely kicks Lancer's butt. I won't argue that in a second. But the play is what really. The physics of the flying and stuff, that's what really still gets me in Lancer. And like you, Nick, I went and played all three again. Pegasus surprised me because I actually ended up enjoying that a lot more and did better than I normally have done in the past because of the challenge. And buzzard bait, it kind of reminded me, I really like that game too. I mean, as you said before, you can't pick a loser out of the three here. I mean, they're all really good, and it just comes down to personal preference.
Yeah. This is not like trying to compare Donkey King to Donkey Monkey. Right, there is no clear superior version here. They're all good in their own ways.
Ken Make It doesn't like that eggs are called life forces, -1 out of 10.
Okay.
Ken is obviously a very clear proponent of buzzard bait, which
he's what they call closed-minded. He's not open to new ideas. Yeah. He can't adapt to things in the future type thing because he hated both the other games before he even started.
Did he also call for a recount on the votes and say there was voter fraud going on here or anything like that?
I'm sure he is. Probably filing the court affidavits right now.
Okay.
I'm more buzzard bait than Lancer, but I do prefer the graphics on Lancer.
Okay.
I've got some excerpts saved from people I'll read through quickly when we do the next segment where we just talk about the 3 games combined.
Okay.
I guess we're kind of doing that now. It's kind of hard not to talk about the other games.
Right.
But we're trying to focus on what Lancer. So Lancer, Spectral. What was it? Spectral
Associates. Yeah.
And
I mean, Lancer's missing a couple of the graphic flares that the arcade had, which you've mentioned that Buzzard Bait does, like the troll hands and stuff like that. The dissolving of the islands is done better on Buzzard Bait as well. And as far as game strategy plays, I mean, the person who got the highest score, Tasman Scott, he does a thing where you kind of hover and you keep bouncing and letting the the eggs hatch, and then you kill them after they get mounted again. So you can just keep going over and over on early level before it gets hard if you're trying to rack up your score. I don't have the patience to do that, so I didn't.
Right.
I found it was easier. I fell through this. Do you see my mouse cursor around?
Yeah.
I found I fell through there a couple times without even really trying. That seemed to be a little easier to do on Lancer than Buzzard Bait. I know Buzzard Bait you can do, but it's very rare. Whereas Lancer, I seem to do it like.
And you can do it in the arcade too, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a bug in the original Joust arcade game that they went to try to solve, and they ran out of time, so they just left it. But it was not originally intended to have a ledge gap there.
Oh,
there's the dragon.
The dragon.
So see, it starts at a totally different place, and it kind of just. At first, I thought, "What? It's just going to go back and forth. That'll be easy." But he starts moving.
Is that Dragon 32 or Dragon 64?
32. This only required 32K.
Okay.
I never killed the darn dragon. I didn't really try, but.
To be honest, on both Buzzard Bait and Lancer, I tried a couple times. I mean, that's not a good way to get a good score to try to kill the dragon or the pterodactyl, because you have to hit it, dead on one pixel. And I've done it before in the past. I couldn't succeed in either one of them this time around. So
I think this game is harder than Buzzard Bait. But of course, I know I got the top score, but I don't know. I think because Buzzard Bait, the scores are worth points, get more points. So you hit those 10,000.
Yeah, Buzzard Bait is a very generous scorer.
Like I found in Buzzard Bait, I could rack up 9, 10, and have 9 lives in reserve at one point, whereas Lancer.
Yeah, I must have went through easily a dozen gameplays on the night I played it, and I never even touched 30K. But the first time I played Buzzard Bait, without even trying, I got like 50K. So Buzzard Bait definitely awards more points for the same amount of effort. So
AC felt that the dragons didn't seem as deadly as in Buzzard Bait. See, I found I was able to avoid the pterodactyls more easily. So I don't know.
It depends on the level too. Like the early dragon waves, it doesn't do that roar and start moving vertically up after you as often. But when you're doing like dragon wave on level 23 or something like that, it's much more aggressive, and it does get harder.
Now, Lancer also, the sons of bitches come and get the eggs a lot faster than in Buzzard Bait. Buzzard Bait has a fair grace period of giving you a chance to catch eggs.
Yep. Yes.
These guys are just douches here. They're just like, they're on those eggs like no time.
I find that sometimes the AI birds are dumb. Like they can't pick up the guy, especially if the guy lands here and this AI bird is there. He just goes back and forth there. Can't get them.
They keep banging against the island trying to fly off.
Take care, Paul Barton.
And sometimes your bird, when you die, it takes forever to get off the screen because it starts bonking into the ledges.
Yeah, it gets stupid. Yeah.
So
you're not guiding it, so it is stupid.
So there's a bit of artificial stupidity in this.
I have something to contribute, even though I'm not a game player.
Yes, Ron.
Okay. So I'm observing you guys, and you're talking back and forth, and you're talking about these 3 games. What would be cool is if there was a programmer listening, he could make a game and include all the things that they don't have and do have that make it good, and have a really good game at the end.
Well, there's a news item in Game On News that will kind of address that to some extent.
Cool.
So we'll talk about that later.
Good
I will mention one thing I really liked about Lancer that I really missed in Buzzard Bait is because of the way the flight physics work, where you actually have lag time and hang time and stuff, is that it's much easier to catch eggs in midair, which I always loved doing.
In Lancer?
Yeah, in Lancer. The clearly superior version of Joust on the CoCo.
Yeah, exactly.
Buzzard Bait, I liked how it showed you the score as you pick things up, whereas Lancer doesn't do that. So when you could tell when you picked up an egg midair.
Yeah.
Buzzard Bait than Lancer.
And I like the catching sounds. Whoop. Little.
But yeah, there were things in all 3 that I thought were. I mean, like Curtis said, you can't pick a loser.
Now, for use of the speech sound cartridge,
Yes.
Then Pegasus is the clearly superior choice there, since it's the only one that's a part of the
level 1, I think is what it's
game over.
we play a game. See, there's the bird being a little stupid trying to get her,
Yeah.
So okay, we might as well, if we talk about the 3 anyway, let's just kind of morph into the next mini segment. So we had so as you know, we had a vote this week for which was your favorite being completely subjective. There are the final results. We had Buzzard Bait with 11, Pegasus with 10, and Lancer with 6.
Wow.
I was surprised. Pegasus was looking like a contention for the winner.
Actually, Pegasus was in the lead for a bit there.
Which I took as being that you want us to continue.
Now, how many of these votes were legal votes?
They were all legal.
Okay.
Now, the reason you see some split out is I gave allowance for if there were kids voting.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to give the primary Discord user the ability to vote multiple times.
Yeah, yeah.
So here we have, we have a couple of kids votes for Buzzard Bait and another kids vote for Pegasus.
By the way, that blue background on the 9 under Buzzard Bait, that's a little flag that means there was hanging chads on that vote.
So we had I believe we had Joshua and Kiana voting, and I can't remember who the other kid was. It might have been. It might have been Louis, possibly.
So you're saying Pegasus was kind of a dark horse candidate?
Dark horse, yes, it is.
So,
pun intended.
I captured some of the comments from Discord. Jim Rye liked Pegasus because of the open sky feel. Paul Shoemaker liked the flight mechanics of Lancer better, but Pegasus was his favorite. David Quaker, he just said he liked he used to play Lancer. He's going to give Lancer a proper go. Dave Ladd, playability more important than graphics, so he preferred Lancer. Erico says Pegasus, of course, is the best of the 3. You win an argument by saying of course.
Well, Erico had a really long explanation of why he stated his case too, which I actually thought was very well thought out. And,
he gave a really well
presented.
Thought out.
Yes.
I won't read it. I won't read it all because it's very long, but you should check it out in Discord. But he gave his pros and cons for each game. Loopy Malibu, he liked all 3. All 3 were solid. You can't go wrong by any of them.
Yeah, there is no wrong choice here.
Mr. Dave liked Buzzard Bait, and our Alan Murphy said it wasn't easy to pick, but ultimately Buzzard Bait was the winner. So, everybody agreed that there were, in principle, that a lot of people thought all 3 had redeeming qualities.
Yeah.
Some had clear winners.
I am surprised that Lancer was the least favorite of them. I thought Lancer, I thought this would have been a little bit like a close race of off by 1 or 2, but Lancer was clearly not the community's favorite game this past week.
Well, that's an interesting conversation on the side. So what defines favorite? Because Pegasus had originality. Buzzard Bait had probably the most arcade similarity, or at least it did in certain ways, and same with Lancer. So, what did you value? Did you value originality? Did you value authenticity?
To me, it's all about gameplay. Gameplay is first and foremost. Everything is secondary. You could have a game that plays very well with low end graphics, but if it plays well and it's fun to play, the graphics aren't as important as gameplay.
But are those subjective too?
That is absolutely. That is absolutely subjective. So, and for me, Lancer plays and feels the most natural. So I don't hate any of them, but we went through because and what are you holding up there, Ron? Ron's holding up the package of Pegasus.
Yeah,
yes,
that's what it looked like in the package.
Yeah. So I played all 3 of them back to back, and then I gave each one a fair shot, and I did notice that the gravity in Pegasus was a lot more intense. Like you fall quickly in Pegasus, which is, depending on how you look at it, good and or bad, because if you want to kill somebody, come in for that airdrop and get the real quick kill, that's actually an asset as long as the guy's still there as you're falling. So you kind of use the gravity and mechanics to your advantage once you kind of get in tune with them. And there were people who picked strategies, like Erico was pointing out a lot of different strategies where you could kind of defy gravity by switching left and right, and it's kind of like, flip-flopping your directions and not having to flap the button, and then being able to basically hover in place. So there are some people who found some of how the software worked and exploited that. So everybody got something out of it. And, based on the votes, the world has voted, not even America. This is an international thing. The world has voted, and they have chosen the winner. And Ron,
I'd like to do an impromptu poll right now, too, for the people in the chat room that are not a part of our Discord. If you guys want to just quickly post which one you prefer if you've played all three of them while we're discussing it.
It's funny you mentioned the gravity, Stevie, because that's what killed Pegasus for me. The gravity. If the gravity wasn't so heavy, it would have scored higher. I loved the plot of, horses and the undead and all that kind of thing. That was cool. The gravity needed to be lightened up just a little bit for me.
Okay.
And one thing we talked about too is Lancer versus Buzzard Bait. Lancer actually had more realistic physics in terms of inertia. But to me, that made Buzzard Bait feel faster. You could turn on a dime and have better control of it, whereas Lancer felt a little sloppy. But that was more realistic in terms of inertia. So
it's also close to the arcade because you would run and you do that skidding sound on the arcade one when you're
you
changing
did
direction.
get that. You do get that in Buzzard Bait, but in midair you can turn on a dime. You could just flip around and start going the other way. So if you value physics reality, Lancer. If you like more tight control, Buzzard Bait. It just depends what you're looking for.
And Pegasus had good physics too. For any of you, like me, who have ridden horses off cliffs, the gravity does go pretty fast.
Yeah.
I have a software registration card, and it says it's from 1085. Is that when it came out? The Pegasus one.
It did come out in late '85, so yeah, October '85 is probably right.
And it says it's version 1.01, and it also has an addendum. Did you want to hear what the addendum
Yes,
says?
please, Ron. We're all on the edge of our seat.
Okay.
I want a dramatic reading on this too.
I want
this needs to be
that Ron is taking part in the Game On segment.
Hold on, Ron, hold on. Ron, let me spotlight your video.
Okay.
All right, and I really want you to ham this up. So presentation,
Read it like Shatner?
with feelings. Come on, dramatic reading here.
This is an addendum. This addendum says, addendum for Pegasus, catalog number 263281. If you are using version 1.0 of Disk Basic, then there's a comma. You must type the following after inserting your Pegasus diskette. Run, quote, Pegasus, quote, and then there's an enter with a square around it.
Okay.
Okay. Then after that, it says, this program loads automatically and the title screen appears. Radio Shack, a division of Tandy Corporation, 1085. And then it has numbers on the bottom that mean nothing.
I ran Pegasus even on the SDC. Like, is it?
I think because the old version of Disk Basic 1.0 did not have the DOS command. So they're basically saying if you have older Disk Basic, you can't, because the manual probably says type in DOS to start the game.
I never tried that.
And
wait, is this OS 9?
No.
But they started Basic that way. How many people sent their disk back before they put that addendum in there?
Yeah, that's like warning labels. Somebody had to do the stupid for us to say, "Hey, stupids, don't do the stupid," right? So
type dir and run whatever you see.
Yeah, that's what you do with any floppy, right? So
yeah, David Ladd says the standard way to start Pegasus on floppy was DOS. Pegasus had a bootloader and tracked 34 of the disk.
Yeah, that's all the DOS command does. A lot of people associate that with OS 9, but it's nothing to do with it. All it does is it loads track 34 and executes it if the first two characters are OS.
Okay, Curtis, you may want to look. We're getting some feedback on your question.
Okay, so in the live chat, we are getting... Ken Reichert says, I found Buzzard Bait to be more fun. Michael Petzley says, like Pipes, not much eye candy, but dang, it's fun to play. Well, Pipes, much like his author, is not much eye candy. So, yeah. And then Scott Cooper says all 3 games are good. I went with Lancer for nostalgia reasons and the fact that I'm better at playing Lancer.
Oh, there's no doubt nostalgia has. I mean, I played Buzzard Bait as a team. So
8 Bits in the Basement says Buzzard Bait I found to be the most fun. As simple as that, I found it to be the easiest. Also, I could simply get further faster.
Same.
Ken's CoCo Corner, Buzzard Bait. Samuel Gimes, Buzzard Bait. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Lancer, because it reminded me more of the version I played back in 18.9 on the Atari 8-Bit. And then the standard way to start Pegasus off floppy was DOS, is what David Ladd says. Pegasus is bootloaders, track 34. Mike's Tech Rescue says Megabug or nothing. All right.
Megabug versus Pac-Man, you'd pick Megabug? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, 60 says Lancer wasn't out on the Dragon, so Buzzard Bait it is. Okay.
Interesting.
And 60 also says Buzzard Bait is better too. So there you go.
So I guess
you know what I think? The fact
it's
that
amazing there's so many wrong people in the world.
Yeah, but the fact that we are having this adults having this rivalry over which 40-year-old game clone is better is both pathetic and awesome at the same time.
Yeah,
you know
my father could beat up your father.
Yes.
You smell of elderberries.
Yes.
There's something else on
Mama
the
wears
back of
army
the
boots.
On the back of the package, it says custom manufactured in the USA for Radio Shack, a division of Tandy Corp.
Okay.
So this wasn't made even by Tandy.
Oh, it was custom manufactured for them. They outsourced the labor on that. So
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I wasn't sure how it would go over doing 3 weeks of summer games, but it looked like it went over pretty well.
I think each one had a good, 26 submissions this week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
we had
good.
to get over 20 each week. So we were thinking we'd like to do this again in the down the road.
Like a theme month or something?
Where we have a number of clones, pick like the top 3 and have sort of
well, we definitely have when it comes
every few months maybe we'll do something like
Defender has a bunch of them, Space Invaders has a bunch, Pac-Man has a bunch.
Yeah. You know, it's nice to see the original package it came in, if you guys have it at all.
Yeah.
Any of these games.
Absolutely.
Oh, Ken is sick of Joe's clones now. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry about that. Like it won't be we'll do it every few months. Like it won't be like it won't happen.
Yeah, it was nice to try it. It seems to be fairly successful. A lot of people had a lot of fun, trying versions they hadn't tried before or didn't really give a chance.
Yeah.
Or, just remembering why certain things were better on one, but another thing was better on another type thing. It was cool.
Now,
I'd like to do it again.
Mr. Dave is the one who suggested we do something like this. So for better or worse, we have him to thank and or to blame for suggesting this segment on the show, which has now run, 42 weeks now?
42, yeah.
So we are going on a year of this being a part of the show, and it's been a great community centerpiece. We're getting together and having a reason to do something on our CoCo and sharing what we're doing on our CoCo. And then talking about it. It's been really cool. It's been unexpected, like this show, just an unexpected, we never planned this show to last more than a few weeks, and it's been going on 3 years, and this segment's going on a year, and it's one of the, biggest parts of the show at this point. So, awesome.
Are we ready to talk about next week's game?
That's a question for the panel. Are you guys ready to find out what's going to go on with next week's game? Anyone?
Sure.
Anyone?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm a little bit into my seat. I'm ready.
I'll share temporarily.
Okay.
It can't be a surprise.
Can you see a white screen?
I see a white screen.
We see a white screen.
Next week's game, can anybody...
Yes, I guess it's ants.
Can anybody identify this game?
Oh, Photon. Heck yeah. Love that game.
Photon by Sundog Systems.
So now, this game is a little bit complicated. So Curtis and I prepared a gameplay video that we're going to show you. Actually, Stevie's going to run it.
I'm gonna we have a clip.
CoCo 3 game.
It's a CoCo 3 game.
It's a CoCo 3 game, yes. And
512K.
And so we're gonna play a video that has been
about a 7-minute video. So if you guys are interested, you have a bit of time for potty break.
Time to potty break, smoke them if you got them, whatever.
And Stevie will go ahead and run the video. And then we wanted to run it now in case there's any questions from the panel or from the chat.
All right, here we go. Cue video.
Curtis is going to demo some gameplay of Photon, which is going to be our game this week. So Curtis, you can go ahead and start playing whenever you want. And so you're starting a one-player game. Obviously, it's going to be one player. And so the basic idea of this game is to uncover the exit and avoid dying. So you can see that circle is called a dupe, which if we check the manual, it stands for something. So basically you want to avoid those hitting you because they'll zap your energy, cause damage. So Curtis is currently pushing and pulling things around. So he uncovered the exit, and you just hover over the exit, and that is how you get to the next level. So Curtis, why don't you show the basic mechanics? Show how you push and pull. So to push, you go up against the object you want to push, and then push your fire button. So he's pushing like that. And to pull, you have to be one space away from the object you want to pull, and face it and push your button, and it'll pull the object towards you. So there he is pushing and pulling the objects. That's basically the basic play mechanic of how you manipulate the level. And those curved blocks, they change the direction of the blue ball there, as you saw, the dupe. So that's how you can change their trajectory is with those curved pieces. So Curtis is looking for the exit. Well, the exit's already uncovered. The first couple levels, the exits are in plain sight, and you just have to drive over them and park for a second, and then that's how you exit. Now, the manual does say you're particularly vulnerable to getting hit when you're on the exit. You want to make sure that none of those dupes, those colored spheres, hit you while you're in the exit, because they do zap more energy if you're in the exit. So now he's this level, which is level 3, you don't actually see the exit, you have to go find it. So that's what Curtis is currently doing. We're not going to show too much to the level, we just want to show enough of the gameplay so that you can figure out how to play. So he's hunting for the exit. And in this level, there are just the dupes and manipulating spheres at this point.
This up, I had not set it up where any of our audio would be picked up, but since I already talked over it once, and nobody but you guys heard it, and you guys are talking about it now. All right, so now our audio is going out on the stream again. Do you want to repeat your question, Ron? Sorry about that.
The place to leave, the exit is never in the same place, right?
No.
It's consistent between the levels. So every level, you get the same layout every time. So once you learn them, it's obviously much easier to go through. But yes, it's not in the same spot every level.
Right. And what I was saying earlier was I realized that Curtis was using a strategy to use some of these pieces to first let one of the bouncing balls escape the area you wanted to be in, and then drag the piece back to now block him from getting back in there. So I'd already seen on that first or second screen some of the strategy developing there, which I think was helpful. All right, so we're going to continue to play the video now, and now you guys will be able to.
Yeah. The game didn't freeze, the video didn't freeze. Stevie paused it and talked, but his audio wasn't going out.
Yeah.
So the game and the video are curved pieces. And later, in later board, you'll see another enemy, but we'll get there when we get there. So there's no time limit per level, so you can take as long as you want. And we are maximizing scores. So there is a way to actually later on, there's ways to kill the dupes, although it may not be worth it to do that. We'll get to where the more worthy points to get to. So Curtis is looking for the.
There you see him trapping a ball there just by moving some of those pieces. You know, it's now just going to keep bouncing back and forth and essentially render harmless to you at this point.
It does change the travel of the dupes.
The pink balls, do they not hurt you if they touch you?
No, they do hurt you. You can watch my damage meter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So if the balls collide, do they change trajectory?
No.
They just go over top of each other.
No.
Curtis pushing the blocks away, looking for the exit. Now, are the exits randomly, or are they always in the same place?
There it is.
Okay, so the exits are fixed. We're not hearing Curtis's audio, so you'll hear me asking and answering the questions. So Curtis, I see. So there's the. Yeah, I was learning. Curtis, you just uncovered part of the exit. Is that correct?
Yeah,
you uncovered the whole. That's the whole exit, isn't it?
I should mention too, this has awesome music playing out through the entire game.
Yeah.
Background music. Some of the best
Really
ever on a
this
CoCo game.
seems like an original game. I can't think of any game
He's
that's
actually moving things around to hopefully get those dupes to move out of the way so he doesn't get damage.
There was a bad PC port at one time too, but it's since disappeared.
The dupes.
Now you got to be facing the pieces.
Again, the dupes, that's explained in the manual. I don't know what it stands for, but by the way, the keys. So break pauses, fire, and the fire button resumes. Alt will turn the music on and off. And F1 and F2 will set RGB or comps at the draft, RGB or comps at the beginning as well. So if you make it, so he went to the exits. So now the plasma droids appear. So these plasma droids are where you'll be able to. So there's the plasma droid in the bottom left hand there corner, and killing those is where you'll get some points. So how do you kill the plasma droids, Curtis?
So to
kill the plasma droids, you hit them. You force the dupes, the blue and the orange sphere right now, to hit them. So anyway, right now Curtis is pushing the objects out of the way so he can get to the exit. He's not going to kill a plasma droid in this level because it's not worth the time. So he's just going to go to the exit.
Yeah, so you're seeing some of the strategy there.
Are you going to kill a plasma droid on this level, do you think?
I want to show you enough so you can see everything that...
Okay, on this level, he's going to attempt to kill the plasma droid to show you how it's done.
Don't worry,
there
like
you go.
Levels
See, he's
get to it. There's more after that, so there's lots of levels.
He's pushing
We're going to start at level 0
around
obviously.
to make it where the plasma dupe will hit the plasma droid.
Oh, so the blue thing is
there
basically hostile.
So that's how you get some points, by killing the plasma droids.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically the basic mechanics are exit the level and kill the plasma droids to get good points. You can kill the dupes too, apparently, but it takes a long time. It's not really worth it. How do you kill the dupes?
If you have a single dupe
droids?
that kills a couple of the plasma droids.
Okay, so when you have the dupes kill the plasma droids, the dupes also wear out and they'll eventually die, but it takes too long. So I think the basic mechanics will be to get points, will be to kill the plasma droids and find your exit. And again, you do that by pushing and pulling the objects around the screen.
There's a droid original. Chasing me to my death.
Does that pretty much capture the essence of the game?
Was there an arcade game of this?
Nope.
So this is a good puzzle game for the CoCo 3. I know we have people who enjoy puzzle games as well, so hopefully that'll encourage them to submit a score this week. So
did you guys mention that this takes 512K?
Actually, it does run on 128K. The original version did anyway.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, but it doesn't buffer all the sound samples, so it has to load each speech thing separately and stuff.
Oh. Okay.
I like the way the letters and the border and stuff is 3D.
Yeah. Can submit a score.
It's a very well done game. Jeff Steidl did that. The same guy who finished the Contras game.
Okay, I pasted a link to the YouTube video, but this is on YouTube.
And you have 3 lives. Power bars are what they call them. So.
Sorry,
now there's over 60 levels in the actual game. Like when you play all the way through. I've never been to the higher ones myself.
Shouldn't that say power bar remaining?
Yeah.
That's how it fit in 128K. They skipped that if check.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting. I've seen the game before. I think you probably tried to explain it to me once before, Curtis. I don't always listen, and I hardly ever comprehend. But I think that video was very helpful to see not only the mechanics, but give you a little bit of strategy.
Because the manual is pretty sparse, and
it also shows where we will never go.
So we're going to start on the first level all the time. So just because we are keeping track of score, but you should be able to. But once you get under, you should be able to whip through the first few levels and get to higher ones, fast if you.
Right.
And you can practice the higher ones too, and then go back to do your game, so you can kind of plan your strategy. Because you can start on any of the first 15 levels. As I mentioned, there's over 60 though. And Chet, I think you were asking a while ago about what are the best original games on the CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and like stuff like Double Back or Downland are really good in the CoCo 1. And I think this was your favorite for an original game in the CoCo 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, it's a well designed game.
And this game is given its blessing, right, Curtis?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you find this game on the SDC, it's going to have an SDF extension. The SDC can handle that. So, VCC cannot. You'll have to find the DSK version, which is also in the usual places. So.
Yeah, really neat. Seemed like an original game. It seemed the game and the concept and everything seemed original. There were some parts of it that reminded me of a lot of the AGD games, because those AGD games typically have an object that's on a trajectory that seems to singularly stay on that horizontal or vertical plane and just kind of bounce back and forth on that plane. And so that component of the game seemed to remind me of some of those AGD games. And
Ben Drake's. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Ben Drake's is saying it looked like the dupe went through the droid, but that
the dupe has to hit the plasma droid like multiple times. Like it takes a couple of hits to kill it.
Okay.
So just a quick run through. If they happen to be crossing in different directions, it won't kill it. It'll just wound it, and then you'll have to hit it again.
AC, yes, it is CoCo 3 only. Boat of Cars said it did run on his 128K CoCo 3.
Okay.
So
also, Boat really liked this game too when he tried it on the stream. Like he really loved the music, and it's different tunes for each of the levels. I don't think that goes through the entire game like that, but there's like multi-track music all going simultaneously with super smooth graphics. Like it's a really, really well done game. And it's a combination arcade, strategy, and puzzle, because you manipulate the maze and the puzzle itself. You can actually shortcut it and just like barrel through and try to get to the exit, even while you're getting hit and wounded. If you got enough life left, you can actually do that. So, and there's some definite later levels you have to have the arcade feel where you have to like dodge things and jump between things to not get killed. So it's a nice mixture of several genres in once.
Boat of Cars says he likes it a lot and it doesn't get too hard too fast.
Yeah.
So Michael Pisley says he's excited to try this one. So yeah, it's a bit of a different genre. We don't have a whole lot of puzzle. We haven't featured. The only puzzle game I could think of was Rick Adams' Bomb Threat.
Or Bomb Threat, and yeah, okay.
So hopefully, yeah, I know we have I know we have one of the wives out there who likes puzzle games, so hopefully she'll play it. And hopefully for those of like myself who like puzzle games, it'll be an interesting game for you this week. So that's the Game On segment. Thank you, Stevie. Thank you, community.
Yeah.
Thank you, especially for the last 3 weeks. We had great turnouts all 3 weeks, and the voting.
You know what I really like about this segment and the kind of the evolution of this show is we were on Discord last night, and Nick's like, all right, Steve, so here's what's going on. Curtis and I have already recorded this video, and here's how I'd like this to happen. I want you to go ahead and do this, and then run the results, and then we're going to talk about it, and then when I'm ready to introduce the thing, then we're going to show this video and introduce it. And I'm like, dude, you know what you're doing? You're doing the job of a segment producer. You know what you wanted, and you told me how to do it, and you just bravo, sir. I mean,
I appreciate that you give us that latitude.
Yeah, this has been a great segment. This is a great show because we have people like you guys who, like, Curtis with the news and you with the games. You got people who just, they do their thing and they make this show awesome. So thanks for doing that. Speaking of awesome, we've been joined by Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games for the color computer. How you doing there, Terry?
Hey, not too bad. I prefer to be the inspiration for Nightmare Highway.
the biographical game.
Yes. The Terry Steen, the inspiration for Nightmare Highway, is here. And
Nightmare Highway, the Terry Steen story.
A Lifetime movie.
It's like at the end of the Pee Wee Herman movie. It's like, do you want to see that movie? I don't need to see it. I lived it. I don't need to play the game. I lived it.
Now, does that mean Terry's got an unfair advantage to getting a high score?
So, Terry, why don't you tell us about what you got going on with your... what are you doing, Terry?
Oh, well, I was just...
By the way, are you comfortable?
With the author of Nightmare Highway.
Are you comfortable, Terry? Can I get you anything? You need a blanket or anything? Are you good?
Oh, I'm great. I'm just lounging out.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Getting ready for the news segment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh. And now I'm ready.
Boy, your game's gonna get a bad review now.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you encouraging me to get on, Steve. It's been so long. It's like I was on the Zoom. Oh gosh, it must have been 3 or so after you started using Zoom. So everything I've been doing is like, okay, update Zoom, try to find out where my passwords are and everything like that. But yeah, I also I wanted to thank you for letting me push to have future acquisitions, because I did. I dumped out oh gosh, what is it? 13 CoCos on eBay this morning. I tried to do them yesterday, but we got 3 CoCo 3s and 3 CoCo 2s, and the rest are CoCo 1s. And I was going to take them out to CoCo Fest, but since we didn't have one, they've been just sitting around, and I want to get them out of here. So,
Yeah.
So take the opportunity of the glut in the market to get them for a lower price, and help me get rid of my horse shit.
Okay. Well,
Now,
thanks for
are
doing
you
that.
keeping some still, Terry? Like, do you still have a few that you're keeping yourself? Or?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a complete addict. I still have 2 CoCo 3s and a bunch of CoCo 1s and a couple of CoCo 2s, but the wife doesn't know where they are. So, okay.
That's the first step, is admitting that you have a problem.
Yeah, next thing is I'm going to go through all my accessories. I've got cables and joysticks and stuff, and I'm sitting there going like, all right, what man in his right mind needs 6 Black Beauty joysticks?
That'll be good, actually, because I mean the prices on eBay have skyrocketed so much here. So just having a bit of a flood on the market maybe will help to make it more affordable for some of the people that are trying to get one.
Yeah, there's a great set that somebody was posting at CoCo 3, but it's like, okay, his starting bid was like $1,500, and it's like, or no, $1,150 or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, if somebody's looking to get one just to get started again, who's going to bid on that? So, like I said, I put them down as low as I seen as practical, like 25, 50, 75 or something like that. That way, anybody who wants to say, oh, I got a backup, they'll just say, oh, well, I didn't have to start my bid at 100.
Right, and I think the bidding war will probably drive the price up, but that's at that point, that's then the consumers are dictating the price versus the seller, right? So it becomes a buyer's market versus a seller's market in that case. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't want to make a whole bunch of money. I just want them out of my house.
Yeah, and you're finding good homes for them, so that's hopefully good homes. Hopefully it's not going to be somebody who's going to get them and flip them and just price gouge them. So
yeah,
you want them out of the? Is it you or your wife that wants them out of the house?
Sold all the Ron's garage in one swoop. That would be good.
Are you gonna try some WeFax?
WeFax? What?
Yeah, WeatherFax.
It's cereal. It's really good.
Have you tried it?
I heard somebody talking earlier about WeFax. I don't even know what it was.
It's WeatherFax.
Is this your new thing, Ron, where you throw in a WeFax question every week?
Yeah. Why not?
Welcome to Ron's WeFax question of the
I seem
week.
to be the only one that can download it.
I was gonna say is that a fact that's half the calories?
Yeah, it's like
I fax, you fax, we all fax. For
like raisin pudding.
WeFax,
sort
it
of.
has plenty of fiber.
Yeah. Well,
Let's we flax.
I'm going to post your link again, Terry. Yeah. All right. So I just posted the link to Terry's eBay. So on eBay, you are Terry 2000, TERRY, and then in parentheses the number 20000 parentheses. Right. So that's Terry. Look for seller Terry 2000 on eBay. And then I also just posted a link to that.
Yeah,
where do you live,
Terry? Getting old. I signed up for eBay and usernames. There wasn't a lot of Terry and stuff like that, so I said, oh, well, it's the year 2000, so I'll be Terry 2000. So it's getting old.
Yeah.
Where do you live, Terry?
Virginia, Richmond.
Okay.
He lives right off the Nightmare Highway. So.
Yeah.
right by a
You've
couch.
been up and down I-95. You could call that the Nightmare Highway.
Yes, right.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed the chance to get some personal delivery from Mr. Riker.
Oh well, I didn't know that you were in the area when we were at King's Dominion back in October of last year.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing. It's like, you're at King's Dominion. Oh crap! I could just meet you in the parking lot. But yeah, hopefully, I've got a couple of people asking me about the CoCo 3s, and they were saying, yeah, I'm going to hook them up to LCD. And I said, well, anybody who's going to do a CoCo 3, man, I recommend switcheroo. So try to plug that too. Maybe throw some of those online.
Yeah, because I can't plug the switcheroo enough.
Right. Tim, how you doing on your setup? Are you good to go?
I am good to go.
All right. So, if thanks for joining us, Terry, and feel free to hang out. Just stay comfortable. Don't exert yourself anyway. Just chillax and well, try to stay awake. But
yeah, I'll just mute. I might drop out the video when I start to snore.
Yeah, but we're gonna take a brief commercial break, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna learn all about MAME with Tim Lindner and everything that's new CoCo-wise in MAME that's been going on. So thanks, guys, for being here. We're going to run a commercial break. And let's see, what commercial break are we going to run right now? You know what? This commercial is going to go far. We'll be back after these words.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Alan Huffman of Subby the Software, and you're watching Stevie Fall Off Cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTalk.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Rolzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at CoCoMan.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store. Right!
This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronics store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
Oh, and speaking of that, he is here. The man himself. He is, Tim Lindner is joining us right now, so we're very pleased to have that. We are here. Our topic this week is MAME Talk, and we are joined by Tim Lindner. Thanks for being here, Tim.
Hey, you spelled my name right. Love it.
Yay! I did this time. Third time was a try. So maybe before we get into MAME, for some of the people who are maybe newer to watching our show and to our community, you want to give us a little backstory on what you did back in the day when CoCo was new, and then maybe tell us some of the project highlights you've been working on in the 21st century, and then we'll fast forward to today's presentation.
Well, I never did anything back in the day of note. I was a CoCo user for a long time, since June of 1980, and just kept with it for as long as I could, then got into Macs, and around 2000 I was running MAME and MES, and I learned about the 6309, and I decided that I would sit down and I would extend the 6809 to become a 6309. That was the first project I did for MAME back around 2000. And then I've just kept working with it, adding, helping as much as I can. And now I help on the Nitrous 9 project. I help on the CoCo Tools project. Just a lot of tools that are out there I help contribute to.
Very cool. That's very cool. And some of the projects I was aware of when I first met you in person at a CoCo Fest 5 or so years ago was you did the program pack reproduction case. Very high quality replacement of the silver boxes. So if you're collecting cartridges and you don't have a box, Tim, because he does real printing for a living, produced them, and they are of a definitely higher quality stock and everything else than the original, right? And that's them.
I didn't embarrass myself. Yeah. I sell the boxes.
Yeah. And that is versions of this box have been used by some of the game producers too. So I think John Strong had a version of this that maybe said Strongware on the package. John Linville's got the red one.
Yeah, I did 2 custom versions for John Strong and a red one for John Linville. They seem to like those. That was a fun little project. I have a couple of videos about that on my YouTube channel.
Okay, we should plug that too for those who don't know about that. Cool. And then you also, and I don't know if this was a 21st century invention, but I learned about it, was the little snap lock doohickey that goes into the feet of the CoCo 2 and the MPI. So the feet snap into that, and so the thing doesn't separate. That was a product you were offering at CoCo Fests.
Yeah, that's a fun little thing. And the other thing I did was the first run of
the CoCo SDC acrylic case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
They are. And it is. I am lucky I have one because David Ladd gifted me one. And I believe we created a new word on this show, too. I believe Jason Reichard coined the phrase giftquisition, right? So you acquired something via gift. So, yeah, I had a giftquisition of that. So you've done some cool stuff that I've become, I'm somewhat new. I've been around about 5 years now, so I might be old timer at this point, but I don't have the history that like Chet and Curtis and a lot of people have. So I've been a fan of your work since I've become introduced to you. So thank you for what you've done.
Cool. Well, let's talk about MAME.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to share my screen.
Okay, please do.
Oh, you think I'd be prepared?
You've had enough time. We've stalled. We've been stalling this whole time for you.
Aaron, what show do you think you're on?
Okay, it looks like Marco posted the link to your YouTube channel, right? youtube.com/user/LindnerTim.
He's got riveting videos on there, like how to install multi-view off real floppies.
When you're all done, Steve's going to say, nobody heard the audio.
Yeah, can you do it all over again?
Okay. So I wanted to talk about what I've done over the past year with MAME, and I thought I'd bring up the pull requests that the MAME GitHub keeps track of. And starting here at the bottom, got something here from 2019, but Fixed some bugs. There was a problem with loading smaller than 16K carts, which was kind of embarrassing. Then there was I changed the Becker port to be off by default, except for one driver, because it was conflicting with some hardware that was chosen on the command line. I added a disto no halt disk controller. That was really fun. Whenever the color computer has to halt, that's never a good thing for your clock. So it's always good to have that in there. Button label fix.
You have to fix the label of the word joystick too.
Yeah, it was a small little bug. As you can see, I do tiny things and I do much bigger things. There's a bug found in the HD6309. This was kind of fun. The Disto 2 megabyte RAM cartridge I added a few months ago. That's that's used for OS 9 to have a RAM disk. Which is kind of handy. Not as handy now that we have 8 meg CoCos, but it is what it is. I took a look at the Dragon 64 driver inside MAME so that its serial port could be connected to the outside world. We're going to be talking about in a little world. Previous to this patch, it just could write to a file. This was I worked a little bit on Image Tool. Image Tool is MAME's floppy disk port, write to and read from utility, sort of like Toolshed, but with a larger audience. I thought it was important that it be able to write to Dragon DOS disks. So I spent a few weeks on that. I forget what this one's about. That's no fun. Then I did some Lua work with because of what I did with Timberman. Getting a Lua program running, playing Timberman. So I had to fix some bugs there. One quick question: do you hear the motorcycle?
No.
Nope.
Okay, good. It's really loud. Okay, then I added a cartridge called the Stereo Composer.
That's kind of like an Orchestra 90, right?
That is kind of like, I'm drawing a blank.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay,
it came out before the Orc 90 came out on the CoCo, so it was like the first stereo cart we had.
Okay. I guess I added it more than one time. Trampolines. Fixed some mnemonics for related for the processor that's inside the CoCo speech and sound pack. Here was pretty fun. I added the Symphony 12 device to the CoCo driver,
which Jim Brain is now making a reproduction of in real hardware.
He makes the Philharmonic 12. That's a really interesting device. It has 4 sound chips that are all individually programmable. 12 voice thing. Pretty neat.
Yeah.
Found a small bug was reported with the high-res joystick. You couldn't go all the way to the right in multi-view. It shaved off a few pixels there, so that was fun. And then I finally got to fix the speech in Pegasus and Phantom Riders. And it doesn't have much speech, but I was able to find out why it was not considering the pack plugged in when it actually was. Now, the one thing I didn't talk about, because I didn't see it in the list, but I added a new emulation for the MC10, Darren Atkinson's MCX128. I actually kind of wanted to show it a little bit, if I could.
Please.
Sure.
All right.
And that's a lot of stuff.
Are you going to be doing one for the 32, the new one, the SD card one too, or?
I may. I haven't looked into it yet. Okay. So.
What is this terminal window you're showing us here? It's heresy.
Terminal window.
Heresy.
I wanted to show starting one of the really cool features. The MCX 128 has a lot of cool features. It has the extra RAM. It has the extra commands in BASIC. But it also has a way of loading in programs over the serial port, talking to a server running on your PC. And PyDriveWire is nice enough to have a MC server built in. So here's the command line I use to start up the PyDriveWire. All right, running. Let's see, it has a user interface port at 6800, but the port to actually talk to the MC10 is on 6809. So the next thing we do is we start a instance of MAME with the 128 MCX driver. We hook a no modem cable up to the RS-232 port, and we set the bitbanger option to be socket.localhost:6809. So that's going to connect the serial port from the emulation in MAME to the MC server running in PyDriveWire. And now we should be seeing.
There it is. I have this product.
MC10.
I have the real product, and it looks just like that. Yeah.
Looks just like that.
Yeah.
So we'll go into MC10, MCX Basic. We'll do a dir. So that's just the default drive that I have it in. Load M, and I hate this keyboard. It's even worse in MAME. FLAG.
Oh, you got Flagon. Flagenbird was ported to this. Yeah. By Steve Bamford, aka Bosco.
So now it's loading in from
And I
the
believe
MC
this was
server.
ported without his knowledge. I think he was somewhat surprised when he saw this running on an MC10 for the first time. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, that is cool.
And all loaded over the serial port on the MC10.
Yeah, that's impressive. It's like DriveWire for the MC10.
It's like DriveWire for the MC10.
It's nice that PyDriveWire by Mikey there actually supports both the CoCo and the MC10, so you don't have to run like multiple different things for it if you have both machines.
Terry Steen says, anybody else feeling like an underachiever? Yeah, it's hard to keep up with Tim Lindner. So yeah. That is cool.
I just wanted to mention the things that I had worked on and show that little demo.
That is cool. That is very
I
cool.
agree with Terry too. I mean, when people ask me, "What did you do in your COVID vacation?" It's nothing up to that level. So.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, no. The work you're doing with EOU is amazing. Absolutely.
It's not out yet though, so it doesn't look like I've done
anything.
anything.
and so I think the MAME is one of those things. It is its own animal, and there are people who have come to grips with it and who are using it, whether on purpose or begrudgingly, but there are people who are using it. For what it lacks in some of the user interfaces like we have with VCC and XROAR, which are very, low barrier to entry to get up and run, it makes up for, I think, in the kind of scalability of things. And you've added a ton of stuff. And, I think the job of the MAME team would have been, look, the color computer had this cartridge and had this multi-pack and had these devices, and we'll support those. And we've done our job. Boom, next, right? But you're supporting like all these other third-party things that the MAME team that wouldn't necessarily have to do. It's like, yeah, Tandy didn't make this. This is not a Tandy color computer product, but so you've emulated all these different no-halt controllers and all these different things, and the Becker port and the MCX, which is a 21st century aftermarket third-party product, and you're supporting that. So that's really cool. And the fact that it now supports Dragon DOS and stuff. So the fact that there's somebody in the community who knows what we are doing in the 21st century with our real machines, and you're trying to incorporate that into emulation is just phenomenal. So thank you for doing that. And then a person who should probably get just as much kudos to what Tim is doing is Ron Klein is then maintaining this on the CoCo Pi image. And so for those who maybe think, I don't know how to get MAME running, well, you kind of don't have to if you have a Raspberry Pi because it's already built into an image. So you can boot up the Raspberry Pi and have the latest version of MAME or update to the latest version of MAME and have all these features, and even there are people who are using the Raspberry Pi as their MC server and DriveWire server and Pi and stuff to real CoCos. So you can have your Raspberry Pi run DriveWire and MC not only to the emulated machines, but you could plug in a USB serial port and run it to real hardware off of your CoCo Pi. So the CoCo Pi becomes a little bit more of a useful little thing. To me, it's always been this little toy. It's literally a little tiny plastic box that's this freaking big. So in my mind, it's always been a toy, and my desire to use it has been that of a toy. But it's actually a very powerful tool in the right hands, which are obviously not mine. But so Ron Klein has been taking all of your work and just folding that into the CoCo Pi distribution. So there's a way to use MAME and not have to do any of the heavy lifting to configure it if you just burn a micro SD card on a $80 Raspberry Pi, and then boom, you can try all this stuff out.
And Ron's been piping up in the chat here. He's actually in the chat right now. So he said,
okay.
By the way, the MCX 128 support in MAME is already in the CoCo Pi as well. Works perfectly. And Tim has always been very gracious with my numerous MAME questions and requests.
All right, and just like as Ron has been very gracious on my CoCo Pi questions and requests too. And just a spoiler alert, there's a new Raspberry Pi, what's it called, the Pi 400 or something? And it's built into a keyboard, so it looks like it looks like a Spectrum or a C128 or something. It's a little white Raspberry Pi built into a keyboard like an old retro machine. Ron Klein is already working on getting the CoCo Pi 4 image running on that. He says it looks like it's running out of the box, so it may or may not need some tweaks. So for those who want to buy the tangible Raspberry Pi, that's about $100, I think, for that kit, which has got the I think it's a 4 gig RAM and whatever, but that's a neat little toy too, right? So yeah, MAME is cool. And we talked to Jim Rye the other night, who was on our impromptu Thanksgiving call, and I was kind of picking his brain on what he's been doing VCC. So Jim Rye has been doing some interesting things, making VCC a little bit more, fixing some of the low-hanging fruit there with artifact colors and copying and pasting and things like that. So. And I know Karen is constantly working on XROR. XROR is a phenomenal emulator.
Yeah, it is.
And he's like, Karen has supported multi-pack, and Karen was one of the first people to support the Game Master cartridge to work on that. So we've got some cool tools out there, but I just don't think everybody's fully aware of them.
XROR has an emulation of the Moo cartridge, which gives you RAM banking on the CoCo 2.
Neat. Yeah, that is a neat product. So,
and Chet's been doing some behind-the-scenes driver work with VCC too. I don't know if you've released them yet, Chet, but you've been doing some external hardware and debugger stuff too, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done some. I've got a debug or a log window, which is just a console window that I output through a specific memory map port, and then I've got emulation for the Game Master cartridge, which that's actually available up on GitHub, and I haven't tested it with the latest versions of VCC, but I should probably get to that at some point in the next week or two.
Very cool.
Yeah, so the emulation community for CoCo and MC10 right now and Dragon is actually really active. We've got multiple emulators; they're all getting updates.
Yeah,
so it's much better for everybody.
Yeah, and so for those who want to take place in the Game On Challenge, you've got a few choices. You've got the clearly easy choice, which is VCC. Just download it, install it, boot it up, and run your program. So if you want to play Photon should play fine in VCC.
Well, does the disc only come in SDF?
For Photon?
For me?
Yeah, for Photon. Is there a DSK image, or is it only SDF?
I think there's a DMK, a disk, and a SDF in the zip on.
So there's a cracked DSK version?
I didn't look to see if it's cracked or if it's kind of a hack job to get it to work. I'm not sure which. I know when I ripped the original, I did the DMK. That was when I borrowed the cat weasel.
Good times.
Okay, so
I just said that out loud to excite David Ladd. So,
Evan Mooney is asking, can you do anything about improving the contrast on the black and green screens in MAME? It's like looking through a green fog. And I think that's the filter. We used to be able to do a dash no filter, and it turned off that TV glow emulation. It doesn't seem like you can turn that off right now.
Well, The green fog. Maybe I can bring up the CoCo to.
I thought the green fog is what happened after you ate too many baked beans, but I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken.
So is this what he considers the green fog?
Yes.
Yes, probably. Yeah, it looks a little oversaturated. You know, the black background is not black; it's the dark green.
Is that so you'd know the difference between the CoCo 2 and the CoCo 3?
Well, I think this is way more accurate to what you get on a CoCo 3 on a television. Is my first thought on why it looks like this.
I don't think so, because the border was truly black. The characters themselves, like the text characters, if we did inverse video order, these would be the dark green you're seeing, but I don't remember the border being the dark green.
Well, I don't have anything to test with. I don't have a television I can bring up. You know, if people want to hook CoCo 2s up to a television and take some pictures, you know, the more pictures we have, the better we can get it.
But older versions of MAME, which I had used, because I based on one of the earlier demos you did for us a couple of years ago, was you told me about the no filter command from the command line, and I had set up a batch file with that -no filter as part of my launch command, and there was a time when it worked, and then at some update or another it stopped working. So see now the CoCo 3 is nice. The black is black, but that's the way a CoCo 3 is too in real hardware. So but it does seem brighter, like that green fog thing. It's I think it's emulating the glow of a CRT, and it would just be nice if that could be turned off.
I believe it's the RGB values are hard coded into the driver, and so you're looking at a recompile situation.
Okay.
To change it, but like I said, pictures, patches, anything that the community says is a better representation of how it was is definitely going to be accepted.
Well, also, didn't you create the CM8 bezel for MAME as well? So if you want to look at your CoCo in the CM8, was that one of your contributions?
Yeah, I also did that with the help of I'm drawing a blank. I met somebody with a CM8 that had a door, and I go, oh, you got to get me a picture.
I was just going to say there, I thought your thing wasn't quite accurate because it has a door.
The other question is, why is the LED light the wrong color?
That is I did that on purpose to as a trolling to get people to mention it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Tim's Easter egg right there.
You know, I had to look. I looked at that, and then I looked at my CM8, and I go,
yeah, I recolored that in Photoshop just to see who would talk about it.
Were there other ones that were green?
No. That was just me having a little fun.
Okay.
That's awesome. Does anybody have any questions for Tim about MAME and how to use it, what to do with it, tips or tricks? Or
I have a couple questions.
Okay, L. Curtis Boy.
So first of all,
birthday boy.
What are you working on next in MAME? Do you want to reveal that, or are you in the midst of doing things for it further?
Right now I'm working on a transcode for the speech sound pack text to speech program. It's written in TMS 7000, and I want to see it running on the 6809. So that's the current project that I'm giving a majority of my time to. But I could go through my list of things I'll be working on in MAME. That would be fun.
So as long as our ease of use list,
just to make us feel like bigger underachievers.
No. Everybody's an achiever. That's my notes. Okay, so let's see. I have. I want to fix the DICOM light gun, which is currently broken. I'm not sure why. I'd like to get SDF and DMK formats writable. They're currently both read only, and it would be nice to have them writable as well. There's a bug in the no halt controller that I've discovered. I want to learn more about software lists on MAME And that's where instead of picking a driver to run, you pick a piece of software to run, and then it configures the hardware to run it based on an internal list.
Say that last part again.
MAME has a concept of software lists, where instead of picking the hardware you want to run when you start MAME, you pick a piece of software that you want to run, and it will configure everything to run that piece of software correctly. And it's an interesting dual mode that MAME has that it isn't really used in the CoCo community very much.
Okay.
But for example, with Pegasus, where you fixed it so the speech pack works, you could tell it play Pegasus, and it'll go, "Oh, that needs a speech pack. I'm going to add that in automatically." And
right.
Yep.
I became familiar with the software list when Ron Klein incorporated that into the CoCoPie. So I bring up the menu, I go to File, I go to a load disk or tape or cartridge, and then it brings up a software list, and then it brings that up. So I became familiar with that at that point. So you're basically behind that and now creating some type of lookup table where if I pick this piece of software, I know the best pairings of hardware for that to run as effectively as possible.
Yeah.
I got one other thing that would be cool is some kind of a SDC type of Explorer menu.
Oh, well, to support the SDC Explorer. Yeah, that would be cool. It'd be a lot of work, though.
Yeah.
What Ron really wants to know, can you run the WeFax program under MAME?
I already asked that question to Ron Klein, and he gave me a couple of solutions. One is to have a sound card put right on my Pi, and then I'd have input.
So my question is, how would you get a light gun working without a CRT?
Oh, it puts up a reticule on the monitor that makes the games really easy to play.
Is that how you pronounce that word? I've never known how to pronounce that word. Reticule?
That's how I pronounce it.
Okay.
No, so it's like ridicule, but red.
Okay.
I was just thinking that the normal light guns depend on that scanning dot, and I never could get them to work on anything.
So it'd be simulated, right?
Yeah, it's 100% simulated.
Which is the way that works for MAME and arcade games too. You saw the little little circle round crosshair thingy. The rectum.
Yeah, the reticule.
The rectum cule.
Okay. The rectum cule.
So pretty soon we'll be doing the Vectrix in emulation.
What do you mean pretty soon? MAME has a wonderful Vectrix emulation.
Does it?
Oh, it's had it for many years.
Does it glow the same as the?
The glow is completely configurable. You could turn on flicker if you want. You can hook it up to an XY oscilloscope and play it on real hardware.
Wow.
Neat.
Wow.
But is there a WeFax program for the Vectrix?
I'll bet there is.
Hey, we have a question from Scott Cooper in the live chat. He says, with the programming languages that you know, did you go to college or did you teach yourself programming?
I taught myself programming with BASIC on the color computer. And once I learned that, everything else came easy to me. Never really a problem with computer programming languages.
Now, when it comes to the plethora of Dungeons of Daggerath versions for the CoCo, what's your personal favorite?
Oh, the original, the one that runs on the CoCo hardware. Although it's really interesting, is the guy who did the PC port for that, Richard Hunterlatch, we were neighbors when he was working on that. Just a few, I think one town over, and it was really neat because, he did that project because he sent away for the code because Douglas Morgan put an offer out there. If you mail him, a self-addressed stamped envelope, he'll send you the code. And he's the only person I know who's done it. And he showed it to me, and it was just amazing. I tried to let him make
online printer.
Online printer, Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox. It was just really neat to see the whole thing spelled out, and then all the work that William Astl's done with it to recompile it.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to set up a competition of where we speed run Daggerath as a group of people and try to get some really low times on that game, but I cannot finish it consistently, so I need to get my skill level up before I start putting that out there.
I've got a question about the Vectrix emulation. Where do you get the XY outputs to run it into a real scope?
Well, when I say that, it's not something I've done personally, but a few years ago, I remember there being a video card that you could put into a PC that let you hook up a XY television to a PC. And somebody wrote the connection software so that MAME could talk to that video card that then talked to the XY TV.
That's really cool.
I don't remember any of the details.
And a more modern option would be ScopeTrex, which is a Vectrex add-on to be able to drive an XY oscilloscope. That they're available now, and they talk about them on the Vectrex groups pretty regularly. So Tim, how for you? Shield fix or no shield fix?
Shield fix for Vectrex?
No, on the Daggerath.
Oh, I'm not up on my Daggerath lore. What are we talking about?
Catch it offline then. No worries.
No, maybe it might be interesting for everybody.
There is a bug in the original Dungeons of Daggerath in the shield values for the low-level shields, so that it doesn't actually protect you from any physical attack damage at all. It tries to protect you from magical attack damage. And one of the fixes is to flip the values around in the table to what they were originally intended to be, so that the shield actually works as originally intended.
I never knew that.
Now, did William Astle incorporate that into his latest version?
I would have to look.
Yeah.
Or has it been fixed in the PC port that eventually
There is
the
a
web
shield
port?
fix version out there that you can get.
Yeah, I found out later. Like I got the PC port and I was playing that for a while. I looked under the hood, maybe it was in the notes or somewhere in the directory, but your name was credited in the PC port for providing the audio samples that were used. Is that true?
Yeah, he came to me. He was emulating it's almost an emulator, but he didn't want to emulate the PC speaker, so I offered to record the sounds out of MAME at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he taught me how to trigger each sound individually, without having to play through the entire game. And I just sent him some WAV files so that he could trigger samples.
Yeah, and one of the things I did discover in the PC version was at one point in time, there was a handful of different sound, like call them sound fonts, where you could choose different libraries of sounds for the game. We had the stock one, which you were credited for. There was a few variations. I actually tried playing with taking some actual heartbeat recordings, like real heartbeats that I found, and then tweaking them in Audacity and then dropping that into the game. But what I found is that the actual length of that thing was such a micro slice of time that to get the actual heartbeat in there, it even though the real heartbeat actually sounded creepier than the fake one, getting one short enough that sounded like a human heartbeat was really hard to do. But I was playing around with that kind of sound jaggering to try to get a human heartbeat recording into the PC version, which was both cool and scary and challenging all at the same time. So.
Yeah, that heartbeat is interesting, I think, because it's the only use of the single sound bit hardware that's inside the CoCo that I know of. And it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's completely independent of the 6-bit DAC. And you just flip that bit and you get a pop, and in the right mood, when you got that, when you got a Galdrog coming down on you, it sounds like a heartbeat.
Yeah, and you are kind of psychologically in tune with the heartbeat of the game. Like your real heart is beating just about as fast as the heart in the game when that crap's going on.
Yeah, it's an amazing game. I just wish it were a better book.
We have tried a few times doing some live stuff on Daggerath, and I'm definitely up for doing that again.
You want to do a little time trial competition with me, Steve?
Yeah. I mean, I suck at it, but I'm up for it. And I actually learned, maybe it was Curtis or somebody when I was live streaming at one time, said do attack left, equip your weapon in your left hand, because on the keyboard A and L are closer together, so you can kind of left hand that A space L, enter A space L, enter A space L, enter. So
yeah, you just kind of roll your thumb and fingers and
yeah,
bang, bang,
so
bang.
attack left became my go-to instead of attack right, which I used to do all the time, but logistically.
Yeah, the manual shows attack right, so that's what most people do.
Yeah, so cool. Anybody else have any questions for Tim Lindner about MAME stuff?
Tim, Ron Klein did say remote debugger support. Hint, hint.
Oh yeah, I just saw that GDB was somebody did a patch for GDB, and that should be remote debugger support. So I'll send that patch to Ron and see if it's what he's looking for.
And then Jim Rye is trying to recruit. He said, "Bring your talents to VCC. Leave the dark side. There's good in you."
There's good in
well,
you.
VCC is Windows only, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
What's OCC?
OVCC.
OVCC?
Yeah.
It's cross-platform.
What is it?
It's
That's a cross-platform one.
It's the open VCC that's going to run on Windows, Mac, and Linux, because VCC was designed to only use Windows libraries for graphics.
Because somebody was saying on Facebook CoCo group that how come there isn't one for Linux? Well, there's going to be.
Yeah, that was the intent of OVCC, is to have the open cross-platform version of VCC that was not dependent on Windows graphic libraries.
How far along is it?
Well, there's a channel for it.
It's
in Discord.
runnable. Yeah, Walter Zambodi's put a couple updates of it out lately. So
it only crashes sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, does it need a group?
I run it on my Chromebook, and it runs pretty well.
In Linux?
Yeah, my Chromebook is pure Linux.
Yeah, because with VCC, and by the way, XROAR is cross-platform. You can make versions of XROAR to run on Mac or Linux.
Even runs on the web.
Yeah. But there is a pre-compiled binary for Windows for XROAR. You have to make your version on any other non-Windows OS, but it's definitely, is that the right word, makeable? As far as build, make, it's not compile. That's not the word you use when you're doing this, right?
There is a binary for XWOR for Linux.
Oh, there is? It's already been made?
Yeah. I don't remember off the top of my head who made it, but there is.
Okay.
There is a pre-built binary for both XWOR and OVCC.
Okay.
When will we be able to play CoCo on our phone?
Like CoCo on right now. On
Android. You can on Android. Yep.
How?
Yeah, Apple discourages emulators.
Yeah. You can run MAME on Android now, right?
I do
I've
run
heard of
on
such
Android. It runs well on my phone. Runs good here.
And then they've taken the XROAR Online, which is now on web. You could probably run that on a mobile phone, right? So XROAR is now running in a browser.
Yeah, but that's not CoCo 3, right?
Not CoCo 3, no. Yeah, I mean, I've asked this question before. Is like we've got some, and so we've got some talented people who know how to do this. We've got Tim Lindner. We've got Karen, who's working on XROAR. We've got a handful of people that are putting their hands in the VCC cookie jar. What if everybody just focused on making the one Uber CoCo emulator that is just CoCo? We don't, the problem with MAME is that MAME is a universal thing, and every time they update MAME, there's this whole cause and effect where certain updates break things, and then we've got to fix the breaks. And what if we just had an independent Uber emulator that was actually the emulator for the CoCo, and you've got XROAR, which does everything but CoCo 3. You've got VCC, which does CoCo 1, 2, and 3 with reasonable levels of accuracy, but
I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
I work on MAME because I know it, and I started with it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because it ran on the Mac, There's been other emulators for the Windows PC that have come and gone.
Yeah.
Jeff's and David Keel's and a bunch of others.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
be
been
careful.
other
If you
Mac.
make an emulator that rules them all, somebody will have to drop the compiler into Mount Doom one day. So Stevie, be careful.
Right.
Drop the compiler into the volcano.
Yes. I get you. So it's maybe that's just pie in the sky, but because I don't understand it enough, and then everybody's got their so like I would imagine X-Roar it's Karen. That's his baby. That's his passion project. He built that.
Some people like Karen, they want to write an emulator, so they don't want to work on MAME because the emulator's already done.
Yeah, it's already done. So this is my project.
And then there's people like me who go, I just want to add things to something that's already there. And so, I picked my project, which I did.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait a second, Stevie, back up. You said something about pie?
Pie.
Pie. Do we have any Cool Whip?
Cool Whip. Go on your pie there, yeah.
So, Tim, what is the actual mechanics in having to make an emulator? Is it a bunch of, in Windows, you have to have Windows code that translates, so it's all like translating tables, or how does it work that you make
usually
an emulator?
You start with the CPU and a block of RAM, where you write a software program that does what the 6809 does. It keeps track of the PC counter, and then you load in a piece of RAM and you decode its opcode, and you figure out what math you need to do, what jump you need to make, what value you need to read, or what value you need to store, and you just implement all those tiny little things that a microprocessor can do. And then you just keep adding to it. And you discover that if you write a certain byte to a certain memory location, then the screen will change in a certain way. And so you start implementing that. And then you learn about how the floppy disk works. If you write a byte here, it does this. If you write a different byte there, it does that. And over time, you get yourself a functional emulator.
So, all the mnemonics, or whatever you call it, of the 6809 are finite, right?
Yep.
There's just so many, and same with the controller.
Yeah, everything's documented, or hopefully everything. We're very lucky to have a fully documented computer like the CoCo. And you just follow the documentation and try to recreate it in software.
So whoever did VCC to start with, they did all that hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so how is it they could get the palettes wrong? How is that a problem?
Well, I think it all comes to the color theory. I work in printing, and I had to learn about color theory. Everybody sees color differently. I think that's the root of the problem. Everybody has a different TV that's tuned a little bit differently. Every CM8 is a little bit different. And so what some people think are the correct colors will just look wrong to you. And that's just human nature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in VCC, it just happens to be completely wrong, where it isn't like it's off a little.
Yeah, it's
lines of color.
It's only wrong
across.
on the composite palette. And that's one of the things that Jim Rye was talking about when he was on the other night. It was
that's not true.
RGB is RGB, right? So RGB should be fine for VCC.
When you use high color in RGB and you run it normal like you would on a CoCo, it's completely skewed. Wrong.
Well, that's but high color is banging real hardware that VCC maybe is just not emulating right. That might not be that it doesn't have its.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a question of the colors are being off. It's just a question of emulating what Sockmaster is doing to real hardware is not quite up to spec.
Because you can change the program and have it come out looking perfect.
Yeah. You mean edit the source code?
No, you just it's using different colors to how do you say?
It's kind of page flipping two different palette sets to give the illusion of stuff.
No, I'm talking about when it actually decodes the colors.
Oh, okay.
So add your RGB palette to that program file that they've got. So you kind of
right, but high color works good on MAME because I've actually looked at
high color works perfect on MAME.
Yeah, so that's just one of the things in VCC that's off, right? So
I just want to say the person to thank for that is Nathan Woods. He did the video subsystem in MAME that CoCo uses, and it plays all the Sockmaster demos perfectly. It's amazing and hasn't broken in years.
That's awesome.
True. Now, can we get him to see the VCC guy?
Right. Well, that's the thing too. Like, because I think Simon Jonason has mentioned where some of his demos have broken XROR, and so I think Karen has had to compensate XROR a few times for things that Simon has figured out that he could do on real hardware that the emulator can't. And I know David Ladd. That's why we have one of those sound bites of David Ladd breaking things, is because he's just trying to do things on an emulator to emulate things in real hardware that most people wouldn't do with real hardware in the first place, because he's David fricking Ladd, right? So he's just coming up with these insane scenarios. Well, I could do this on a real CoCo. Well, nobody knows why you would want to do that, but you can. But the fact that I can do this on a real CoCo with real hardware, then why can't the emulators do it too? And so I know David's exploitations of things have probably forced MAME to get patched a few times, and I think Simon's probably done that to XROR. I know a while ago XROR, I know Karen did some updates to XROR for the artifacting that are actually probably one of the most scientifically accurate ones, where MAME artifacting is pretty darn good. But I think one of the options you have with the lookup tables in XROR are really, really, really like exquisite, So,
and I'll mention that John Kowalski, Sockmaster, actually worked with the MAME team back when they were trying to get his demos working to make sure everything was accurate. Of course, he's the one who really understands what's going on.
That's probably why then.
Right. It's interesting that you have certain things that become the benchmark. Like, because I know when they were working on like the Matchbox CoCo and stuff, they, listen, is it can it run the Sockmaster demo? Because if it can't run the Sockmaster demo, then the hardware emulation isn't quite there. So. That's kind of cool. But the good news is that we have options. There are options, and there are products and things for different strokes for different folks, and they're all good in their own way. And,
I got one other thing.
Why don't you create a Facebook group for it, Ron?
Are you gonna emulate?
You haven't got enough already, eh?
Emulate what now?
CoCo VGA.
The CoCo VGA video. If you look at my work over the past 10 years, you'll see that I've really stayed out of the video system. And no, I'm not going to emulate the CoCo VGA.
Someone else will.
But if somebody needs help,
well, the thing is that
I can help out.
That is not necessarily because it's a product for sale. I would think the proper thing to do would be to have Brendan volunteer to have it emulated, because if somebody just decided to reverse engineer and provide it via emulation, you're basically taking potential income away from somebody who's trying to sell a product. So while I don't know that he patented it and copywrote it and says you can't do it, I think the nice thing to do would be, if we're going to emulate it, make sure Brendan's okay with that. And I think Brendan has spoken about doing that,
Yeah. He's asked me for help for emulating it, and he seems to be okay with an emulation if one is made. And so I don't think that's the issue that's holding that up. It's just somebody doing the work.
Right, because it's like that would be now the nice thing is there's two sides to that coin. The one side of the coin says, well, if we emulate the CoCo VGA, what's going to motivate somebody to want to buy it, right? So that's going to hurt sales. But the other side of that coin is, well, somebody can now develop for it, because as a developer, you don't want to buy necessarily every piece of hardware out there. It's not practically possible in some cases because there's so many. So you can now develop for it. And if you're somebody that says, listen, I never would have bought it in the first place, I can't afford to, I don't want to, but if I can run it in MAME and I can see what people are doing, I'll look at it. I'll look at these things because I'll be happy to look at it. But so there's going to be somebody who never would have bought it ever. Now they can at least take it. So I see both sides of that coin, but Well,
here's my thought is I make a bunch of these VG6 pictures.
Yeah.
That I can't see on anything but the hardware.
Yeah. So if you wanted to run it on your CoCo Pi right now, you can't.
Can't.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, Ron. So another good example right now is the Gimme X. It'd be like saying, well, are you going to emulate the Gimme X? I'm pretty sure Ed Snyder would not be too happy about that. That's something him and Gary have been working on, a lot of time and labor and putting in there. Well, I want to be able to develop for the Gimme X. Okay, well, then get in the beta program. So,
well, he's going to make pictures that are higher quality too, that we're going to get to see only on hardware.
Yeah. Higher bit depth palettes.
Yep. He's already made a couple of pictures that were awesome.
Yeah, it's on the CoCo 3 FPGA.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of viewers today, 60 live viewers right now. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks, Tim, for giving us that update and explaining some of the things. Uh-oh, L. Curtis Boyle.
You mentioned Nathan Woods, who, of course, was one of the ones that did the original CoCo stuff for the MAME project, and now he's working on a new GUI, I guess, kind of independent of the MAME project, but for MAME.
Yeah, he's working on a GUI to a front end as you speak. I think he's concentrating on the Windows platform, but he's trying to make it cross-platform. And he sends me screenshots. They look great. And I hope the project comes to fruition. And I think it's really usable right now.
Well,
and if you're looking for a front end.
Explain what that is. Like a GUI for the MAME?
Yeah, it's a
So
GUI
come
for
up and
MAME.
say MAME?
It's a GUI so that you can start MAME using the settings that you want in a graphical way, rather than the config files that I like to do.
More
You
user.
wouldn't be able to share one of those screenshots, could you?
It will make it more user friendly, which is, I think, if there's anything that any negative to say about MAME is that it's not quite as user friendly. There's a barrier to entry to getting it set up, but it works well.
It's MAME ease of use.
That's called it's called Bletch MAME. There's a GitHub repository called Bletch MAME, and if you're looking for a front end and you're on Windows or Linux, you should definitely give it a download and give it a try.
Very cool. All right. We're gonna. Thank you, Tim. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
No. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for being here. And then if you think of something, chime in. If you guys think of some questions, chime in. But we got to get back to Game On news and then regular news. And we still got Mr. Dave here. I think he's part of the Game On news. So Curtis, you want to go ahead and pick it up with the Game On news, and then we'll take a break for news.
We can do that. Let me see if we got the right one to up the front here.
Thank you, Tim.
I'll bump Mr. Dave up ahead here too, because I know he said he had to go. So this won't be quite in order for those posting the links.
Gee, thanks.
Actually, there's no links for this one because I did directly download them. He only uploaded the videos to Discord. So, Mr. Dave, are you still on the call?
Yeah. Oops, hang on. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So once you see the screen here, you can explain what this particular clip. You can also explain what the game is going to be, and I think you mentioned there's some mini games you're adding more to. So if you want to just kind of explain what we're seeing here.
All right. Well, it's my first CoCo 3 game, and it's going to be kind of a gambling, Leisure Suit Larry, dating sim game. So it's going to be a mix of all kinds of genres. It's going to be an adult-oriented game. So we're going to have alcohol use if you want, drug use, getting with a girl. So there should be a lot of humor in that. Lots of mini games. So you're going to have horse racing, slots, roulette, Keno, different puzzle games, and use your money to buy gifts or try and get the girls to like you.
Are you going to have submarine races?
Yeah, not submarine races, but
well, if it's to get girls to like you, I can use it as a tutorial then, right?
Oh yeah, no, this will work. It's proven stuff.
So you've got two sample videos you uploaded to Discord that I've seen anyway. You've got the little horse race bit, which I think you said you're going to update to the horses are animated when they run instead of just sliding like I think you have now.
Yeah, they're a little bit slow in that video, and there's a lack of animations. This is my first time really heavily programming in assembly, and to make a game, it's a
bit of a challenge.
learning curve. Yeah.
And then this other one here is your slot machine one, I believe.
Yeah. So the theme of the game is you're going to be a young guy, living in an apartment in Montreal, and he goes to this underground casino where pretty much anything goes. So you'll have a bar, you'll have a back room, you'll have all the gaming tables. I think I left a picture on Discord of the roulette game.
Can you get drunk and go back to your room?
Yep. If you can think it, you should be able to do it. And there'll be consequences.
But can you receive a WeFax picture in the game?
Yeah. I guess I don't have to say it anymore because he's going to do it for me. Thank you.
You know, I
So
can
it's a
think of all
pretty-
kinds of things to put in there.
Yeah, I know. My mind is racing. It's going to be pretty ambitious. It's going to be a huge cart, maybe 1-2 meg.
One of the things I loved about Leisure Suit Larry was the catching of the communicable disease, and you started getting like that color flashing in the crotch.
Pulsing
where it just
green,
looked- the
yeah.
pulsing.
A bit moldy downstairs, yeah.
So that's 12 dwarves in a bucket, right?
So yeah, the game is going to have 16 color, which means, you know, your choice of 64 colors. And it's going to be in the 320 by 192 mode.
Will it work if you don't have a door on your CM8?
Yeah, look at that. He's actually got one. What the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the light's red, sort of.
Are you sporting any of the sound hardware too, or are you just going to be using the internal DAC, or do you know yet?
It's going to have its own MP3 sound built into the cart.
Okay.
So there's going to be hours of music.
Cool.
Like hours.
And
it's
will
gonna
it run
be
it on 128K if you're putting everything on the cartridge, or do you still need 512 or higher?
It's probably going to require a 6309.
So how much memory?
I'm not sure yet. I probably could make it run on 6809. It's just that, you know, being new to programming that, it's a lot easier on the 6309.
I'm just wondering, is this a period correct MP3 player? Is this the same MP3 player we had access to back in the 80s?
Well, it's going to be a little more modern, right? But it's going to be built into the cart. Obviously, you guys know I can make carts, and I'm more of a hardware guy, but I'm also a software guy, so watch out. I'll be making up for my lack of software programming with hardware effects.
Neat. Now, did you catch the irony since MP3 wasn't around in the 80s?
Yes, I did.
Okay, there you go. All right, just wondering.
So,
All right,
so are you
all
actually just pushing the sound down the sound pin, or tricking the? Okay, cool.
And for the chat, yes, Ben. Yes, it is.
I was asking if this was autobiographical on Mr. Dave's life. So yeah.
So are you going to sell this thing?
Yep.
Is it going to come with like pills or medication?
It'll come with it'll come with a penicillin syringe.
Even come with its own COVID shot. Who knows?
Well, that's one good thing about the CoCo 3 is the palette lends well for drug use simulation in the game. So
so you're going for like a limo or some kind of a bigger car than a Ferrari.
If I can get back what I put into it, yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, for Mercedes McLaren SLR, go right to the top.
There's going to be some cameos of people you know in the game.
So
that'll be fun.
That's cool.
Let the libel suits fly.
Yeah, I wrote my own program to take BMP photos and images and convert them to CoCo graphics in a compressed manner, so I can put like maybe a 32K image down to 8K, something like that.
That second horse is a winner. I noticed that.
Well, cool. Yeah, definitely keep us posted. And as you get other videos put up there, we'll mention them on the show. We'll bring you on and maybe get an update on the project as you go too.
All right. Well, thanks. Any more questions or?
Looks like a big project.
Is that girl of legal age before I ask for her phone number?
Yes. Yeah,
okay. Do you have her phone number?
Yeah, there'll be lots
Nikki wants
of
to know.
girls to choose from.
So it comes with a little black book.
Steve,
And
your
a card.
Skyrim wife just got really upset.
He's got a little black book with his poems in it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a bag.
That's
and
cool,
a
Mr.
toothbrush
Dave.
and a comb.
Yeah, it's something so it's neat. It's a new type of
genre
game.
for the
new
CoCo,
genre
really.
for
I
the
mean,
CoCo, absolutely.
Leisure Larry's done a little bit of this with some mini games inside of it, but not to this extent.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little more edgy than Larry, but
well, we're 30
it's going to
years
be more modern.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you given the girl a name yet?
Some of them have names. Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
So this will
Remember
look
which
good
one
on my
first.
HDMI, huh?
Yeah, the on composite's not looking so good at the moment, but
Yeah, Nick will tell you
we
all
all
about that.
know.
Nick Morentis.
Yeah, we'll just have to ditch that system.
Okay, cool. Definitely keep us updated, and I'll keep bringing it up on the Game On News then.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dave. And thanks.
Also,
right,
since we're doing thank yous, a big shout out to Boat of Car, who just became a Patreon supporter for CoCoTALK.
Yeah, thank you, Boat.
And Boat, I hope you can convince Aaron to play Photon too. I know that's more your kind of game, but I want to see Aaron give it a shot too. Okay, so Jason, now we will do the news in order, so this will be easier for you to follow.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so first up here, we've got a slew of the Jim Gary doing all kinds of things. A couple of pretty interesting ones too. The first one here is a game called Conflict, which is written originally by M. Shanto and S. Lloyd, which was sold by Soft Sector Marketing, and was one of the very first CoCo efforts dating all the way back to 1981. And Soft Sector also made stuff for the Tier City Model 1 and 3, which I think is where they started. And any of you Model 1 and 3 people on the panel, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's where they started. Fast forward a little bit here. That's basically one of those, text simulation type things. You can attack and move and quit if you think you're getting too far behind, etc. But similar like to Viking and some of the other ones we've had in the CoCo before.
I was getting ready to ask, what is going on here with the colon? What does this game have to do with the colon?
I don't know, but apparently he has 8 of them. So
that is an abbreviation for colonies. Oh, look at this. Tom and Jim. You have lost one army. Really? The battle comes down to a dice roll?
Isn't that how politics is done too?
Yeah, right.
Let's take Risk.
Yeah, kind of.
I thought it was all coin flips.
Next up. Now, this is an interesting one. Jim had ported a game quite a while ago called DEF CON 1, which is another Risk-style game. But what he's doing here is that, what's the guy's name here? Greg Dion is doing an MC10 basic compiler, which will convert it to assembly language. So he decided to do a test on this particular game. So I'm going to do these just a little bit out of order here because there's 2 different videos here. But basically, it draws the world. You calculate where you're shooting stuff, and then it has to do the real-time calculations to do the missiles going across. So here's the original basic version. This does have James Diffendaffer's patches to MC10's basic to speed it up slightly on some of the routines. So I'll just do this here. So you launch the missiles, and then it draws these little black, and it does the calculations, for arcing curves.
This is like watching war games right now.
Yeah, an extremely low res. But you can see the speed here that it's drawing this as it's doing the calculations because it's actually using like sine and cosine and stuff I don't understand to do the animation.
Sine everywhere, sine.
But when you move it over to the compiled version, using this new compiler that Greg's working on, and apparently this game is working pretty well fully with the compiler now.
Missiles launch. Holy crap, look at that. Pew, 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 pew. Wow, what a difference, huh?
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward. Like I know we'll have another thing coming up in the news here too. There was actually a new machine language game released for the MC10, an arcade game. But I'd like to see, like we've had Jim doing hundreds and hundreds of these basic ports, but some of them, he had to adjust to get it running fast enough, et cetera. Especially some of the MC10X stuff, where you're starting to run into actual graphics modes. But if they get a fully working compiler that works not just with the MC10 basic, but also the MCX basic, you could do some pretty amazing stuff in here without having to learn 6803 assembly language. So I'm really curious how well this compiler is going. I wouldn't mind seeing a decent basic compiler for the CoCo. I mean, we've got a couple, but the results have been kind of mixed. From people that have tried it, like this command doesn't work the same. You have to adjust all your code, and certain things don't work at all and stuff. Like I know Bruce Moore was trying a couple of the different ones with softwares, and who did the other one? I can't remember off the top of my head. Whatever it was, but there's a couple of them. Circomp and software, I think, are the 2 main ones. But there's been some issues with there, and Bruce ended up going off the compiler and going to write assembly instead. So if they get a fully working basic compiler, I would like to see that effort also duplicated on the CoCo at some point. But I was pretty impressed with that speed increase.
Absolutely.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah, good job.
And Jim, I mean, he quite liked it too. He said,
yeah, and I mean, Jim's doing a lot with just basic and SG4 modes. So you put some speed behind that, and I'd love to see what he can do.
Yeah. Yeah, and he says, seems like a substantial speed increase and no bugs so far using the compiler, so that's good. I'm assuming he's talking about the straight MC10 basic, not the gussied up ones, but that's a good first step. Next one from Jim Gary is called Cattle Baron. And this was actually, you Australian members of the panel here can chip on this one, but it's actually based on a game from the Australian CoCo MAME 1985 issue, which that itself was based on a board game by John Day, and it apparently is an Australian-style game. Like, I'm sure the names of the places and stuff must be from Australian references I don't understand.
And I think this was actually a request. Someone had mentioned their favorite game. And then here he went ahead and grabbed it and ported it over.
Yeah, because he wasn't doing too much this week. He only had 3 other projects. So
that Nullarbor they were talking about in that last screenshot that you showed there, Curtis, that's basically a huge long stretch along the bottom of Australia that goes between Perth and Adelaide. And it's notorious for UFO sightings and all kinds of weird things that happen at night time and people reporting all this weird stuff. So it's a very interesting place.
Oh, okay. So it's like Area 51 of Australia.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Interesting. Oh, look at all those damn cows.
Yeah, now brown cow.
Neat.
Yeah. Next up on the MC10 is a new machine language game, the one I was just mentioning. Now, I don't believe Buford McGillicuddy, I'm not sure if that's pronounced right.
Probably Buford, like Buford T. Justice. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, right. The game's called SUCS, S-U-K-S, which is actually an acronym. Thank goodness. Because it doesn't suck. And it stands for Shoot Upward Kill Stuff. It's pretty self-explanatory.
That describes just about every game in the 80s, right? Shoot upward kill stuff, right?
That's cool. It's funny.
So there's a video here. One guy's playing, and he's playing it one-handed while holding a camera, so he's not playing it the best, but it'll give you a little bit of a feel for the game.
That's like me and porn sites on my phone.
Can you guys hear that okay, or should I turn it up?
Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Easy as pie. There's your pie again, Jason. Shoot up, kill stuff.
Pie.
And they're animated, too. They're kind of circling around.
Yeah, right.
That's really
and he's
good.
got different creatures start coming in the later levels, then you get multiple waves of simultaneous different ones at the same time. And
He's got really good speed.
Is this basic? Is this written basic?
No, this is machine language. This is machine language.
It is. I was going to say
his very first 603 machine language program he's ever done.
As I said, this would be incredible speed. I was thinking this was in basic. I'm like, man, this makes my cosmic alien look like shit. So
now you can kind of tell by the sound effects it's not basic, because that's definitely not the standard pings of the MC10.
Oh, now you got a thing going across the top.
He's got to learn the big gob of blue tack on the forehead trick, though.
You had to hold the phone.
Yeah, to stick your phone on your forehead.
Yeah, so that's the poor man's GoPro, right?
Yeah. Then you look like Jason Reichert with the his overholder with the visor thing.
Yeah, with the glasses. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can see the reflection of him. It was his one hand on the MC10 while he's holding his phone on the screen there. Yeah, that's funny. That's a cool looking game, though. I gotta dust out my MC10 now. It's inspiring to see stuff like this, because it just gives, you got different waves, and then they're coming up and coming down.
Yeah. And you get those little aliens that fly across, and they have letters inside them. You could spell out the word extra to get a free man on the top.
Oh, that's kind of like the
like
games like Doodlebug and stuff, and Mr. Do.
Mr. Do and Mr. Big.
The Power of Terry.
Yeah, Power of Terry.
Terry. But from reading the directions, or reading some of the comments there from the people who have been testing it, apparently it keeps bringing up new aliens and adding new things.
Yeah, this is really impressive. This is quality,
at least through 11 or 12. Like there's quite a bit of new stuff that's not shown in the video. So.
I wonder if he got permission from Nick Marentes to make a semi-graphics game, because Nick has basically claimed that domain at this point. I really like this. I'm seriously, I'm going to be firing up my MC. Is this free? Is this a free download?
Free download. Actually, I'll be bringing that up right now.
Oh man, I'm going to be breaking out the
It's on the Facebook group, so go to the MC10 Facebook group. You can download it. And just this morning, he uploaded the source code. So if you actually want to see how he wrote it,
oh wow,
how the whole thing works, 6803 source code is right here.
Thank you. So Buford's the author.
He had worded it at one time. I think somebody else wrote it.
Okay.
Yeah, written by Ron Davis, he said.
Okay. We need to reach out, see if we can get him on the show sometime, too. It'd be good to hear about it. That's cool. I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, he mentions here, it's the first assembly language program he's written in 10 years, the first on an 8-bit computer in 35 years, and the first on a 68XX, like any type of 68-based series, ever.
Oh, wow. Wow.
There's probably a dozen ways it could have been optimized or improved, but that's still cool. It is really cool. I like it.
Yeah. And it runs on a standard 4K MC10, so you don't need any memory expansions or anything else. You can just run it right off. So that was a really cool project and quite unexpected. I didn't even hear that was going on. So
thank you.
Now, since we haven't had enough joust yet,
never have enough
weeks of doing it straight. Just by I don't know if this is probably coincidence because he's been working on it for a while here, but right near the middle of the week here, when we're into our third and final joust clone or derivative on the CoCo, Glenn Hewlett suddenly put up this blog post that he's working on a transcode of Joust from the arcade game. So for those of you who don't think Buzzard Beta or Joust or Lancer or Pegasus are close enough to the arcade, well, he's working on the actual arcade transcode like he did for Pac-Man. So he had his first weblog here, kind of explains what he's doing, and then he's actually got a video which I got queued up. He actually gives some sample subroutines and stuff, which he's done with when he did this Defender port. Now, the Defender, he stopped working on it for a couple of reasons. One, he was having this spontaneous reboot, and he never could figure out. Then he went through personal problems in his life that he had to deal with, so he just kind of went off the CoCo for a while. Stuff are straightened out now. Now he's getting back into it. Joust is going to be an easier port for him, he figures, so he's going to finish Joust first, and then he thinks with a fresh perspective, he might be able to go back to Defender and get that fully working again, too. In which case, we might have two arcade transcodes from Glenn within like months of each other.
And for those who don't know, he's the one who did the arcade Pac-Man transcode. And the first one was Sockmaster taking Donkey Kong arcade to the CoCo 3. Yep. And the next one was Pac-Man from a couple of years ago, which is from the Z80 code.
And we also have a Space Invaders by Mark McDougall from Australia.
Yeah, Space Invaders. And Mark McDougall also did the original Lode Runner from the Apple.
Yep. We have a comment from Ken Riker. The power of Terry compels you.
Is the Space Invaders one complete?
It doesn't have sound effects because of the way the hardware worked on the Space Invaders arcade console. It's not an actual analog sound chip. It was actually totally analog circuitry. So even MAME, I think. There? Sorry?
But the video works. The
game fully functions. You just have the sound effects.
Oh, I've never seen it. I need to check that out.
Mark McDougall.
Is it in the archive?
Probably not. I don't know if.
Oh wait, no, it might be.
This is Mark McDougall. You gotta find it on his blog. He's on Facebook too. You could reach out to him.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your.
Yeah.
And cool. Tim Lindner, if you're still on the call here, do you recall? Like I know MAME in the older days actually had to use digitized samples, kind of like you did with Dagrath, because they couldn't duplicate the analog circuitry. Is that still the case in MAME? Or is he not here anymore?
I don't know.
Anyway, here's the progress he's had so far. So I'll play this full video. It's only a minute. And basically, he's got the attract screens, the high score screens, and then the initial drawing of the play field, and then it stops. But you can see what it's going to look like. That's just to prove it's not real arcade hardware or PC hooked up.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. Joust champions.
And that painting technique they did to put the word joust is actually what the arcade game does too.
Yeah. That's really impressive. We're getting a little bit less gradient shading in the paletting because we're not getting 8 bits. But still. And look at this. There it is.
Yep.
There she blows.
So it's looking really good. Looking forward to seeing that.
Ken says Joust will never beat Buzzard Bait.
I told you he's prejudiced. I warned you guys.
This is the worst
I
Buzzard Bait
prefer
clone I've
Buzzard
ever
Bait.
seen.
Was that Nick?
I actually prefer Buzzard Bait to Joust too, actually. Just the pacing.
I guess there's just no accounting for people's tastes.
Yeah, this one here, I'm glad you picked up on this one. We were chatting on Discord last week or whenever, and I was actually just flipping through Facebook, and I came across this. I'm like, oh man, Curtis, put this in the news. So, this guy's working on a adventure game that uses the Infocom game engine. And I picked this up on the TI-99 for a group that I'm in that I just kind of lurk in. But he did mention he's going to be doing a port on this for a lot of 8-bit systems, including our CoCo. So this will be a new interactive fiction based on the Infocom engine that we'll see on the CoCo hopefully pretty soon.
Yeah, because he's planning on porting it to a lot of platforms here. Now, we do have an Infocom port. Isn't that the one Ed Snyder did for the CoCo VGA?
CoCo VGA, and then there's another one for just the CoCo in general. It's called the Z Interpreter, I think is what it's called. Yeah. And there's a handful of versions of it. But, yeah, neat.
And if you want to really slow your machine down, Beta 6 of EOU's actually, with the CPM emulator, actually has Zork 1, 2, and 3, and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy from Infocom running under CPM, running a Z80 emulator or Z80 emulator under the CoCo. So that's like emulation inception there.
Now, there's another project. I don't know if it's been worked on or promoted in a while, but 5 years ago when I went to my first CoCo Fest, Evan Wright was working on a tool where you could take
Lantern.
The Lantern tool, which was based on kind of like the Infocom type thing, where you could basically use a modern PC to build out all of the data for a text adventure, and then it would create the binary that would run on a CoCo or a TRS-80 system or a couple other 8-bit things. And he demoed that at CoCo Fest. The first year I went, which I think was around 2016. And that was a project that he was kind of playing around with because that, the Colossal Cave was just a big influence for him. For you guys who don't know Evan Wright, he actually teaches computer science to high school kids, and he tries to bring CoCo projects in, and he's made a handful of games for us. He's made Flood It and Hunt the Wumpus and 3D Monster Maze. So he's ported some stuff from like the TI to the CoCo. So Evan's done some cool stuff, and he did a project, and I don't know that he ever got it, because I asked him about it maybe a year or so ago, and he's like, well, it works, but I've never set it up where I've got documentation, right, and I can't really support anybody for it, so it's just something I'm working on, but it's not really ready to be released as a thing. But it would be interesting to see that as another tool for adventure game stuff,
Yeah, because the adventure games I've written, I use that skeleton program AdMaker by George Murr that was in the August 82 Rainbow, which is he gave you the skeleton of it, and then you have to add in all your if-then statements and add the data statements for rooms and objects and stuff, which it gives you a nice framework, but you still have to do the actual programming. Whereas Evans was more going to be just an interactive thing where you just draw the maps and
kind of it was a fill in the blank where you just had all these different screens where you filled in all the information you wanted for all your different objects and locations, and you typed it in, and it took like XML data and then just kind of exported that into whatever.
It's on his Retro Teacher site.
Okay.
Do you know, Alan, if it's completed at this point as far as the software goes? I know the documentation.
There's a bunch of tutorials and things like that, so there are good chunks of it working. The part where it says export to CoCo still is grayed out, but
okay.
It might be worth catching up with him again.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think it was Tim Lindner that put this one up in the Discord group here. I do follow her normally, so this is something I do generally tend to catch. But Noriko's been doing all these Infocom and Scott Adams, like she's a text adventure aficionado, and she's kind of been going through the CoCo versions, TRS Model 1 versions, etc. And she gives you the history behind the game, the development of the game, and then she goes in and does a complete playthrough. She'll play it start to finish, right to winning the game. So she did Zork 1 not too long ago, and then she's actually doing Zork 2 now. And she does the CoCo version, she does the TRS Model 1 version in a separate video type thing, in case there's any differences between them. But if you're into the Zork ones, this is the Zork 2 one.
It's not a sequel.
She does really deep dives in these.
Okay.
So it's pretty good. And if you've never won Zork, here's your chance. Next up, Cuthbert Dragon's been a rather busy boy again. Now he's starting to run out of original cassette artwork, unfortunately. Now he's just, starting to play some of the clone games or some of the games without, that have been copied. So I can't remember exactly where we left off last time, but he's got a bunch here. Most of these we've seen before, on various other times we've been doing dragon stuff. The two that I thought I might show today, which I can't remember if we've shown both. I know we've shown one of them a long time ago briefly, and that's Pogo Joe, which is a Semi-Graphics 24 Qbert.
Okay, that looks cool.
So we'll do that one first.
Pogo Joe.
So let's move it here.
Yeah, look at that. That is really cool. Oh, and he's even simulating paletting there just by changing the colors of it and stuff. Yeah.
Yep, and the maze changes each time too. It's not like Blockhead or something, or Qbert, which is just a straight triangle over and over. And you might have.
That's
to jump on a
really
twice.
good. That is really good, and it's pretty fast too.
Yeah, they did a really good job on it. I mean, the shapes he picked are specifically designed to fit with the way Semi-Graphics 24 works, like really wide but single high. So he made them into springs, and it looks actually, the animations look good.
And they're animated, yeah. It's really cool. That's really impressive because it's got color. That's the big thing. Color computer really ought to have some colors, you know?
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of colors right there.
Yeah. I'm like, oh,
and the different mazes where you kind of get yourself trapped.
Like the
it implodes your character back on.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, really, really good version of it. I quite liked it. And then the other one I want to show you, another Semi-Graphics 24 one.
That looks cool.
Copter Patrol. Now, I first saw the very little small image of the thumbnail. I thought this was Copter Snatch, which was a scramble clone in Semi-Graphics. It's not. So this one I have not seen before. This one is actually a clone of Choplifter.
Okay.
Which we never had a CoCo version of Choplifter as far as I know. So I found this one quite interesting.
Now that other one.
Let's remove it.
Copter Patrol.
We didn't have the CoCo one called Get to the Chopper. Wow, wow.
There was a couple, Michael. There was Qbert spelled with a C-U. There was
Q-Man. There was
Q-Man,
Blockhead. There was Cubics.
Cubic.
Pyramix was the CoCo 3 one.
Yeah,
so this is like standard Choplifter for originally in the Apple II, came out in the
Yeah.
arcade later on too, where you have to go rescue the people and you have tanks coming shooting at you from the bottom, planes fly at you.
The cool thing about Semi-Graphics is you can really pull off like an Atari 2600 looking game experience, you know?
And the other nice thing about this is that the Gimme X, when it gets fully released, actually supports these missing modes on the CoCo 3, which means all these Semi-Graphics 24 games you have to pull out your old CoCo 1 and 2 or an emulator to play, you will be able to play on the CoCo 3 again, which then allows you to play some of these at double speed too.
Yeah, one machine to rule them all. Ooh, look out for that thing. That's
that
really
line he's
good.
got, that little line you can see across screen, that's just a reflection of his
reflection
CRT.
of like the window behind him or something.
And it's even got like the sortie numbers and stuff like that, and you pass through over the building, so it's quite a bit like the,
very smooth scrolling there too. Pretty good.
There's the tank there.
Make sure these guys don't chop their frickin' heads off with that propeller there, huh? They just clear it.
Yeah, I like his propeller animation too. It's actually a little bit different than most of the ones, which just flick a couple of lines, but it's.
And these guys are different than the ones in the Defender clone. They're made out of text, right? These guys are graphical. They're people.
No, I was quite impressed. I've never seen this one before. This is one I had not seen. So
cool.
I have to say the Dragon people use the Semi-Graphics 24 a lot more than North America did, and a lot better on average.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a ton of these.
Because they didn't
Scramble
get,
game is awesome.
They didn't get artifacting, so
this was their way to get the color.
Yeah.
So they pushed it. I mean, we've got a good Qbert clone. We've got a good Whirlybird Run / Scramble clone. We've got a good Pac-Man clone. We've got the Choplifter clone and numerous others. So remember way back when we did that Semi-Graphics special?
Yeah.
We were picking Irish. We should actually revisit that with some of the Dragon stuff.
Yeah, and at the time, absolutely. Absolutely. Because there's so many more that we've discovered since then that we didn't know about. We were focusing on just the CoCo ones that we all personally knew.
Yeah, and we didn't have too many really exceptional ones. We had like Cave Hunter and Pack Attack, and then we had some really good ones like Guardian and Protectors 2, etc. But we didn't have this variety.
Right, all the Semi-Graphics I ever saw looked like Semi-Graphics. This doesn't really.
Yeah.
No, it looks like an Atari 2600, like Stevie said. It's actually a pretty apt
stepped up a
description.
bit. Yeah.
Cool.
And then the last one for the game section here, and since Boat's actually watching, he wasn't on this particular show, but they did their Thanks for Giving Marathon on the Amigos channel yesterday. And that's normally a charity fundraiser for their local hospital. And basically they just play games for hours and hours, which sounds like, a good paying job for me. And they kind of did it as a thanks to the community too. So they surprised, and unfortunately I wasn't up early enough in the morning to watch this live when it happened, but they did the CoCo show. They snuck in an episode of that right at the very beginning of it. And that was Aaron and his younger brother, Brent, who both grew up with the CoCo too, and they decided to cover Megabug.
We gotcha.
Of course, you've got your old-fashioned Megabug. We gotcha. Yeah, that's right. Megabug, and there's the dance.
I like how Brent even does a little dance to the bugs inside. That was awesome.
Very famous Steve Bork. And it came out.
Hey, I want to play the whole review. It's currently on Twitch, and that's a 7.5 or an almost 8-hour stream because it's a whole stream of the entire marathon. They will be splitting that off into its own episode and putting it on YouTube sometime in December. They haven't decided on the exact date as far as I know, but good review of Megabug there too. And it's good to see them actually getting back into the CoCo again for a bit.
Yeah.
And that's it for Game On News.
All right. So we're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back with news, and then we'll get back to the updates and acquisitions for those who maybe have something to show and tell. Ron Delvaux, that's your cue for potty break. Okay. And Jason, if you need to get Sarah's permission to go potty too, you can do that. And
I can go potty all by myself.
Oh, you're a big boy now, huh? Okay.
We know Grant can.
We'll be back after these words, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi. This is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo Map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo Map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode, and if you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggereth online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, it's the birthday boy himself, L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome again to the news thing. Get your pillows ready. Well, first up, we mentioned last week that Sheldon McDonald, he's working on a tool for doing disk images and stuff and directly doing a semi-language on them and stuff. We kind of demonstrated in one of his demo videos. Was asking last week, would people, since he's just learning a semi-language himself, would they like to see, a tutorial as he's learning to learn along with them? He had quite a bit of positive feedback there on Discord and elsewhere. So he started and he went in full throttle. He's actually released 3 videos this week already of various parts of getting, the environment set up to do the cross assembling, etc. And then he starts getting into the 689 stuff, doing, processor loads and stores. And then he did a little cute thing where he actually works on how to do comparison subroutines and stuff. And he actually does a usable mouse cursor on a semi-graphics screen as his test program that he's doing. And he's also got disk images of the tutorials themselves that you can get on his GitHub. So you can kind of follow along the actual code. So this is the first one where he gets the setting up the environment. And this is, of course, using his own tools and stuff. And he tells you how to install the stuff that's needed for it. This is Windows only, I believe, at this point. And I know Nick's a big fan of where he's going with his disk tool editor. So that's the first video. I will mention, too, in case anybody did catch these earlier, he uploaded them originally and they came up really low res just because of some software defaults he had. So they were pretty hard to read the screens. And he's been actually re-uploading them the last couple of days at a much higher res so that you can see the screens a lot better. So the first one is basically setting up the environment. The second one is where he actually gets into doing a little bit of a semi-language actual code.
What baud rate is your modem at?
So you can see him editing some of the code. And this is actually using his tool. So he goes through that and does this. Basically, the second lesson was basically processor loads and stores and how to use memory for variables and that kind of thing. And then the third one is where he writes a basic program to do a text cursor on a semi-graphic screen and basically uses the little left arrow symbol on the screen as your mouse cursor.
Okay.
You move the joystick or mouse around. So he wrote a basic program to show you what the equivalent would be in BASIC. And then he does the semi-language version.
When you say semi-graphic, something about SG4 or?
SG4,
okay.
yes.
So, okay.
Yeah, like the standard text mode you put in 32 by 16. And I'll just show a little clip from when he gets it up and running here.
Be at FF20,
you stupid thing.
which is the address that'll compare. This is the address that'll compare the value with what's at FF00.
I just played that part so you can hear his dulcet tones.
0 there to begin with, because we need to test to see where that voltage level's at. So now we're loading FF0.
So we'll skip the explanation up to where he's actually demonstrating it here.
M test and execute. So now it's actually in assembly.
Okay? Oh, look at that.
This is the exact same thing that we did in BASIC, but now it's in assembly. And it is very fast too. Yeah, you can't beat this speed. Like I said, assembly, you're going to want to do everything in assembly. It is absolutely worth doing the jump and taking the leap. And that's kind of why I'm doing this video series is I think a lot of people like me that only know how to program BASIC kind of get scared at looking at it and think, oh dang, that looks really difficult to do.
Anyway, it's an excellent series, and you're kind of learning with him. He's learning this as he goes, so you're not going to see the most optimized code here, obviously, because he's learning it as well. But you get as he mentioned there, you get such a speed boost that even if you write unoptimized code, is so much faster than BASIC that you'll get hooked pretty quick.
Oh, and in the live chat, David Ladd said, "This is cool. Developments are cool. I liked my Raspberry Pi setup in 720p, so it was easy to record." So
I have to say, your David Ladd impersonations are getting better and better. All the time.
Well, I'm no Jason.
I was going to say that's just too much. That's just too much, Stevie. Too much.
What can I say, David? I'm just really excited. That's all.
Been rehearsing, haven't you?
It's too much, Stevie. It's too much. I'm gonna have to go re-grease my grease weasel.
So this last here is basically, this is more for Jason, just to put the link in the chat, but it's a link to where he's putting the tutorial source codes and stuff that you can actually look along and follow with at home type thing. So he's got the first 2 lessons worth up when I happen to snap this picture here. So Next after that, Chris Burke.
Chris Burke's been busy.
Yes, he has. He got his USB keyboard adapter working on a Pi last week, and now he said he was going to start working on the mouse, and basically it's already working. So I'll let him explain that himself.
All right, here is a basic wireless mouse test on the color computer using the Pi Zero base USB.
Wonder if he got some of those wires from Paul T. Barton.
I know, is there enough colors?
Yeah.
Wireless mouse dongle that also interfaces with the keyboard. You can see a little basic program here, and if I run that, it's just going to print the joystick values. And if I zoom down here to this wireless mouse, you can see that when I pull it
look at that.
this way, I go down to 0, pull it this way, go up. Similarly,
It's only going
That's
to
a wireless mouse on top of it too, which is cool.
That's cool.
0, back.
It's only going to 38, or is he just running out of desk space?
Okay, there are a few issues with this. One is that the op amp I'm using is not rail to rail, so I don't get the full 64 range.
Now he does have the part on order that he needs to fix that, so I'm assuming once he gets a part, he'll do an update.
That's pretty impressive, though. I mean, once we have like a wireless keyboard and mouse on your CoCo, it's like you could CoCo from your couch, you know, which is what I like to do with the Raspberry Pi, you know. So this is bridging those two worlds.
Yeah,
that is quite cool.
I mean, Chris always has been a great developer. Of course, he did the Birkenberg hard drive interface, and he did the Logitech ScanMan driver that you could actually use on the CoCo, and just tons of stuff. So.
Now, since it's Burke, is he the first Burke or the second Burke in Birkenberg?
He was the first Burke. His wife was the second Burke.
Okay.
I'm Burke, and this is my wife, Burke.
Or the other way around.
Yeah.
And then Chris Burke also added this other bit here too, which is as part of the project. He's having a batch of very thin, small PCBs made to allow plugging different things into the keyboard flex connector. And he's sent in the order for these, and he's expecting to get these by early December. And I'm not sure if he's planning on using them all internally for his own projects for hooking up various different things, or if he's actually going to start selling these for other experimental hardware people that want to fiddle with this kind of stuff. So contact him on Facebook if you're interested.
Yeah, we'll do. That'd be interesting little circuit board. That very handy.
Yep. Clay Whistling linked up a YouTube video here that was released at the beginning of November, and I didn't see it. About using the parallax propeller chip. I'm not familiar with this whatsoever, so hopefully you hardware guys might be able to pipe in on that. To create a quote-unquote 1980s microcomputer. And it shows simulating a VDG, which you can see here, and even a familiar ROM image with some modifications, which I'll jump ahead.
Extended Color Basic 1.0.
Copyright by, and then the guy, stupid ads.
Wow, that's really good graphics for an 8-bit system.
Yeah, pretty amazing for VDG. You
Pretty
thought
good
semi-graphics
sound, too.
games were good. Look at that. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, he's custom programmed the PROM here. But are you any of you guys familiar with this propeller thing? I've never heard of this before.
It's kind of a multi-CPU basic or multi-core basic stamp thing that Parallax came out with. It's got 32 cores or something like that, which they call
Kind of like
something strange.
Arduinos.
But
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
it was an early, before the Arduino, there was this.
Okay, so this is actually an older technology then.
It's old, yeah.
Okay. Hey, it was pretty cool that he got this running. He's actually got basic itself working on it as well as the VDG. Next after that, Robert Seege has been doing all these experiments using composite color sets to do extra colors you don't normally get. So this is kind of like the 256 color mode as close as we'll ever get in real life. But he's actually created this Excel spreadsheet here about how to create colors using a formula. And you can punch in the various colors, and it'll tell you what the mixed colors will come out as, and then what the equivalent RGB would be if you want to try to match it up to a modern PC. So you can kind of design your colors beyond 16 if you want to try to get 200 colors on the screen at once type thing. This probably involves math, which is why it's over my head. But if anybody's interested in doing some fiddling around with the composite colors and getting those extra colors beyond the 16 that you normally get, kind of like GraphExpress 2 did, or some other programs. I think John Linville did some demos of that on his blog even a couple of years ago. This actually has the math behind it, so you can kind of design things to work the way you want, instead of just haphazardly guessing everything you're doing.
Yeah, he's a
And we've seen the
genius.
pictures.
He's a
Sorry?
mad genius.
Yeah. It's kind of the graphical version of Simon with sound, I guess.
Yeah.
So he's got the actual source code here up for creating the new colors and textures in the CoCo 3 composite mode. So you can download that disk image from Facebook as well in the CoCo group. Next up here, we have our guest last week, well, one of our guests last week was Dave Shadoff, who did the Star Spores game. But he was mentioning that he's been working on the CoCo 2 and Dragon 32 cores for the Mister, along with the guy that originally created them. And a couple other people have been working on it. And they've announced that the CoCo 2 and Dragon 32 cores, they said the 64K Dragon's not working yet, and there's no disk support yet. But it does support the joysticks, the cassette, the sound, and the cartridge. And it's a free download. So this is following the proper Mister licensing, where it's completely free download, throw it on your Mister and have fun with it type thing. Roger Taylor, who does the CoCo 3 core, actually does charge for it. But if you want to get some CoCo stuff running on a Mister, this will do all the CoCo 2 and Dragon stuff. So much shout outs for Dave too. A big thank you for coming on the show last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I still want to play Space Spores or Star Spores. It's a
Yeah,
cool looking game.
that game is going to be coming up very shortly, Steve.
Good.
Yeah. Nick Morenni's praised that game. He said it was excellent game design, which
Wow.
I mean, Nick's a bit fussy.
Did you say it was the best game not written by him?
Oh, let's not get crazy.
Yeah, exactly. You beat me to it, Jason. This was an interesting one, and I believe the author of this is actually still in the chat here, 60 alias Kieran. He's actually working on making a full, is it KiCad? Is that how it's pronounced? Or is it KiCad or?
I hear KiCad everywhere. So
KiCad? Okay, I'll say KiCad too then. KiCad file to make the entire Dragon 64 motherboard. And he's got it up in the World of Dragon forums here, the current status. So this is still a work in progress, but this is the layout of the board with all the wiring and everything else into it. So you can actually could theoretically send this into, once it's completed, and actually get yourself a Dragon motherboard made.
So this is going to be chip layouts, through holes for screws and mounting and everything.
Yep,
so it's
the whole
a clone, a complete clone reproduction of the motherboard.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe Ed's planning on doing that for CoCo 3, if he's going to try to shift it to newer technology and a new layout like he did with the CoCo 2 project, but it's interesting
to
see that. Next up here, we're talking about emulators earlier. So Bill Pierce announced this week the first upgrade to VCC in a bit. It's 2.1.0b. It adds copy and paste. We can copy from the VCC text to
That's courtesy
the
of
PC side
Jim
or
Rye.
vice versa. Yeah. Is he on the call or in the chat room?
He was in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if Jim's still out there.
So, Jim, if you have any comments, feel free to type them in there. Persistent file paths, because that's been a problem, especially with the newer versions of Windows. Custom configured loads, you can have a default to the settings you like without having to reset it up all the time. You can do the custom configs from the command line if you're launching it from command line prompt. You can flip the artifact colors. The current versions of ECC before this, you had to actually basically reset the machine in the emulator completely, like lose the program and start over. Now you can just toggle it, which is much better and matches MAME. Slightly better composite palettes. He said they're not perfect yet, but they are definitely better, and I've seen that myself, and I think we commented on it when he was showing some screenshots from the work in progress. And an improved manual, for the people that actually read manuals, for the one or two of us.
What's that? Yeah, Jim's here. He said he did them all except for the command line one. So that's all Jim Rye.
Well, thank you very much, Jim. I'm looking forward to giving this a shot here. And I'm going to be contacting Barry Nelson. Actually, I did contact already to see if he can do a wine wrapper version for Mac OS 10. Now, he said he's going to do it, but it won't work with the newest version of OS 10. Now, my Mac, I have to keep it as a slightly older version of OS 10 for work anyway, so I'm hoping it'll work on there. So once I get that downloaded, I'll give it a shot.
He said the manual was done by Bill. Bill Pierce did the manual update. So.
Okay, cool. So that's the announcement. And then if you go to this GitHub address, which will be posted in, it also gives you the same breakdown of what's new and then the actual downloads for it. So Windows required. And
yes, this is where you're getting VCC now. So when I see people like even the guy doing the video of the Sheldon doing his video, when I see people running VCC 1.43, you are so far out of date. But and if it's working, it's working. But it's like, you know, I love seeing somebody send a screenshot of VCC running 1.43 because that was before it went open source. So 2.0 was when it went open source, and all the progress has been made since then. So yeah.
Actually, at this point, both OVCC and VCC are beyond what the 1.42
Yeah.
had.
Cool stuff.
Yeah. Next up, we have Simon Jonason, the madman himself.
The madman.
He put up a video on Facebook here, and it's demonstrating his 4-voice music player that we did demonstrate last week or the week before. I can't remember which.
It's been a while, but yeah.
Where it's using about 50% of the CPU, I believe. The thing he's added in this one, though, he's added compression. So he's actually got a fairly long song. It's a couple minutes to play. I won't play the whole thing in here. I'll play a bit of it. But the entire player music data is only taking 2,697 bytes on the disk.
Wow.
So we'll play a little bit. You have to let me know how the volume is on this one here.
Well, since it's music, crank it up. That's fine.
Okay. If I remember, this is actually DAC sound, not 1-bit.
Multi-voice, yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounds different than most of the CoCo music you're used to hearing. It's not the organy music or other stuff like that. So this is sawtooth versus like square or
Yeah, he's got
sinus.
each voice with a different
Okay.
pattern, I think, from what I remember him saying from the previous one. But the fact he got it compressed down to fit in like, you know, barely over 2.5K player and the music itself, it's pretty decent.
Amazing some of the stuff he's doing.
Yeah,
I'm
kind
earned
of
that name.
Yeah,
I was just going to say rightfully earned the name Madman.
Yeah, yeah. I know there are some people who are kind of CoCo sound purists, and they like to hear only, you know, sine waves and no square waves or sawtooth and stuff like that. But I kind of like this lo-fi, crunchy, you know, degraded sound. To me, there's something very distinct about it, and it's different than a lot of the typical 4-voice music we're used to hearing on the CoCo. So.
Yeah, and there's no reason you can't mix them. You could have certain parts of a game use the crunchy because that's the type of gameplay you're doing. And other parts, like maybe
like what Simon, what not Simon, but what Nick Marentes did with pipes was great. You know, it's just that 2-voice music player using just those. It doesn't sound like it's not the organ sound that we heard so much in CoCo.
Yeah, the stereotypical CoCo sound.
Yeah, yeah.
Monotypical, actually.
Monotypical. Good one.
This next one came as a complete surprise to me. This was just released yesterday. Boise Pete, of course, does the CoCo Collector. Now, normally what he does in these videos is that he pulls one of his machines out of his massive stock of them and then kind of goes over the specifics of it. So he's going to have a bunch of prototypes and rare items like, you know, CoCo 3 with the original Gimme X prototype chips, and he's got that CoCo 4 case and stuff coming up. This one, he's doing something different, though. He's actually talking about a project he's been working on. And I hope we have enough time for this. It's a 5-minute video, and me trying to explain what he's doing here, I don't think I would do it justice. I'd pretty well let him do it. But it involves hooking CoCos together.
Okay.
There's that CoCo 4 prototype case.
King.
That's pretty impressive.
Ghidorah.
Pretty impressive sound from a CoCo.
For this episode of the CoCo Collector, I'm going to forego my
Turn it up a little bit.
format to talk about a project that I've been working on. It links multiple computers together. I call it Ghidorah. The name is a nod to the 3-headed serpent, King Ghidorah, of the Godzilla movies in the 1960s and 1970s. Ghidorah is a single arbiter, multiple listener topology and protocol for passing information between computers that are linked together. In this case, I'm using 5 CoCo 3s. They are all connected via a special cable from one serial I/O port to the next, and a special ROM in each of the cartridge slots. This is the Ghidorah cable. It's composed of 5 4-pinned-in connectors, where the TX line of each connector goes to the RX line of the next one, and so on. It forms a ring. Now, I have 5 of these connectors on here. You could put more if you wanted to, but I also have this 9-pinned-in connector that's going to connect to a Mac that's going to act as the arbiter, and I'll explain to you what an arbiter is shortly. These are terminators that you can use to terminate a specific port. So for instance, I can plug in this 4-pin DIN connector from the Ghidorah cable to here, and that will allow the TX and RX lines to bypass to the next port down the line. So if you only have, say, 3 or 4 CoCos that you want to use, but you have a 5-headed cable, you simply put the terminators on the unused connectors. I've connected the Ghidorah cable back up to these 5 CoCo 3s. There's CoCo 3 number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. And each of them have the red Ghidorah cartridge plugged into the side, the Ghidorah ROM that I created. These monitors here, the first 4 here, are going to correspond to the first 4 CoCo 3s, and this monitor will correspond to the 5th. I'll power everything on at once. That'll bring up the entire system. All 5 CoCo 3s power up at once, as well as the monitors, and as you can see on each of the monitors is the Ghidorah 1.0 sign-on message. I have my MacBook Pro here. I'm going to connect it to a USB to serial device that is going to in turn connect to the 9-pin DIN on the Ghidorah cable. And this MacBook Pro is going to act as an arbiter. So the arbiter is what is responsible for sending commands, and the CoCo 3s are the listeners. They are going to listen for commands that come from the arbiter, and I'll explain what those commands are and how we can use them. I have the Mac terminal screen superimposed on the video of the 5 monitors connected to the CoCos. I'm going to run a Python command called discover, and discover is a Ghidorah protocol command that goes out and finds how many listeners are on the Ghidorah cable. Each CoCo on the ring identifies itself with a D and a number. So there's D01, and then the next CoCo in line will be D02, all the way up to D05. So the arbiter knows, once the command returns to it, how many listeners happen to be on the particular ring. So there are 5 listeners in this case, D01 through D05. The next command I'm going to use is the load command, and I'm going to pass a number of parameters to it. I'm going to load a program called color bar. I'm specifying the load address and the execution address, and when I press enter, you'll notice that the program loads into each of the CoCos on the chain and they execute that command. I'm going to do another command called CO, which is going to just draw a big O on CoCo number 3. You'll notice I put node X3, and now I'll do node X1, and I can specify which CoCo receives and executes the particular command. And that's a short introduction to the Ghidorah project. It's a simple way to connect multiple computers together via serial ports and load programs into either one or all of them at the same time. The neat thing about this project is that you don't have to use just a CoCo. Maybe you want to use an Atari 8-bit computer or a Commodore 64 or a VIC-20 or a PC. You can have as many listeners as you want physically on the cable. You just have to make sure that there's a client for that particular listener. There are a lot more technical details that I'm skimming over in this video, but I plan on writing a paper for the CoCo Call for Papers in 2021.
Surprise, surprise. Boys is going to write a paper, right?
Of the Ghidorah protocol and the project itself.
That's
That
awesome.
about does it for this episode.
That is awesome.
Collector.
Anyway, I thought that was really, really cool.
That is amazing. That is
Absolutely
mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
When he first fired it up and he was, downloading the one program to open, I thought, oh, it's a network 2 controller type thing like Tandy used to sell, except that used the cassette port,
Yeah.
where you'd blast, 15 CoCos with the same thing, but being able to individually pick and also to auto-detect how many are actually hooked up. You could use this for a multiplayer game, like a LAN.
Yeah.
Literally. You could send certain packets across to, this guy fired at this guy, so CoCo 1 gives me some data back and sends it to the third one.
Yeah, like Brett's Global Thermonuclear War now could identify where it's coming from and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the GitHub page for Ghidorah does have most of the protocol already documented up there. So if you want to see exactly how it's working and doing those, you can start working through those protocol notes right now.
And it should be noted that Boise is the originator of the DriveWire protocol as well. So the guy is brilliant.
Can you, do you know if you can, I know he's using a Mac to send all the data out, but can you use a PC to do it as well?
Yep. As long as you write up software that
Yeah,
uses
like
that protocol,
so it's kind of like
you can run it from anything.
it's kind of because the Mac is his platform of choice. That's what he's writing his thing on. But it looks like a lot of it's in Python too. So I guess you could theoretically do that on anything. Kind of like what Mikey's doing with PyDriveWire. He's got a Windows binary and stuff like that. No, that looks cool. That looks very cool.
Remember, a Mac is BSD deep down inside.
Well,
I had a Mac at work for years. I ran BSD Windows all the time. I only used OS 6 for.
Is Python. So if you have a Python emulator available, or you have a Python environment available on the machine, you can send or receive from that.
Yeah, that's
so
neat.
it wouldn't matter if you're running Windows or OS 10 or Linux or pure Unix or anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That is neat. That is really neat.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with that. And I wasn't when I saw a new episode, I was going, oh, maybe he's going to show the CoCo 4 finally. But actually, this was more interesting.
Yeah, I like his rack set up here with the shelves, and then he's got that multi-monitor display.
Are you saying Boise has a nice rack? Is that what
Absolutely, he's got an amazing rack. Amazing rack. That is really cool.
Better rack than me.
Yeah, so because Boise's like a PhD in computer science and he's very much into the collegiate level type stuff, he is the one who did the CoCo call for papers, where he's asked people to write a paper and you know, bring it to CoCo Fest to be presented and stuff like that. So he's been big into doing papers for a while.
Yeah, I remember when he did the first one, I thought, oh, I should write something about nitrous 9. And I'm reading like, oh, you know, how technical papers are written, and I didn't finish my computer science degree. And I was going, that's way too much work. That's more work than the actual project is.
Right. That is cool. Boise, also the co-author of the CoCo Underdog book. The guy who literally wrote the book on the color computer's history. So,
Yep, and he was active in the Nitrous 9 project. When Bill, Alan, me, and Wes got off of it, it was handed to Boise, and he's the one who kept it going. And Bill and I finally got back into it after a 15-year hiatus. So thanks, Boise, for keeping the flame alive that whole time and adding to it.
That is really cool. Really, really cool.
Next up, hopefully he's still in the chat here too, but AC's 8-Bit Zone, otherwise known as Alan, who's our other guest from last week, has released a video here on doing a low-profile ROM adapter. So you see him holding on the left here. If you want to adapt a 28-pin EEPROM to a 24-pin, you stack it up, and then you plug in the socket, etc., and it adapts it to it, and you wires to the proper pins. But then you can't put the case back on, say, your disk controller, because now it no longer fits. So what he's done here is he's got a kind of a sideways pin thing that he's using to do a low profile one, and it actually does fit properly in the controller, which is what's shown on the right. Let's see if I can find, there's a better shot of it, I think here. Yeah, here you can see like the sideways pins coming out there.
Yeah.
So basically it's not escalating as high up in the case, and this will fit into like a RS-232 pack. It'll fit in a disk controller. Now I'm wondering, and David Ladd, if you're still on the panel, maybe you can chime in this too.
Yes.
If we did an adapter like this for the smartwatch, because I know that's one bone of contention is trying to get the darn thing to fit without having to leave the case cover off, would this give you enough room to fit the smartwatch and the disk ROM fine? Or did he
the adapter that I've got is using Jim's 2364 adapter, which is basically what Alan's got here. But Jim's design is very compact already. If you was to remove the socket like what Alan did on that floppy controller there, and you install Jim's adapter in it, the ROM would fit in it just fine. Which is what I did with my RS-232 pack mods that I've been putting the RTC adapter in, because basically it's Jim's 2364 adapter. I changed the design, put the chip on the board. You remove the old socket from the RS-232 pack, put this socket in its place, and then the ROM will fit on top. And it's really not that much bigger than a regular socket. I wish I had one available that I could show you, but it's...
Yeah, I think Rick Eulen's trying to show us something here, so I'll have to stop sharing and let Rick show it here.
Well, that's the one where he had to cut the hole in his cartridge to make room for the height of it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this was the proper fix back in the day to fit a smartwatch in, and it comes out flush. It doesn't stick up above the top of the pack at all. You just need that little bit of extra room there.
And that's the cartridge skylight that he's got going on there. So.
It's not a moon roof?
Yeah, moon roof.
So this way you can have
it. I can at least...
Sorry, you want to share, Dave?
Let me see if... Yeah, and well, I'll probably just turn on the camera here, because I'm on my phone, so it's not like I can really
make sure your pants are on, David.
Oh, don't worry, I don't
Be a
use
rare
pants or underwear,
on-camera
so-
And not on your head this time. You made that mistake last time. So
Okay, so this will just give you an example. Here, let me see if I can get this damn thing turned on here.
Scott Cooper says Stevie sounds more like David Ladd than David Ladd does.
I'm doing a bad.
Okay,
I'm
so
doing
you
a
can
bad
see the
impression of
keyboard,
Jason's
right?
good impression.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yes. There we go. Yes, we see a keyboard, David.
You see a keyboard.
Okay, so
Oh, we see fingers.
here is Jim's adapter
Yes.
with a ROM on it.
Yes.
And I've got a pin header, and it's the lowest profile pin header I can get. So you basically remove the old 24 pin socket, and you just put this in its place, solder it in, and then you got a 28 pin socket. And the PCB is, I think, 0.6 millimeters thick versus the standard 1.6 that most PCBs are. So that's extremely thin. So, and I cut the pin headers as short as I can, so that way they'll, fit the ROM in it.
Low. How
So-
low can you go? How low can you go?
Ladies and gentlemen, our own hand model, Mr. David Ladd.
So that's actually shorter than the sideways pin thing?
Well, I'm not sure based on, he'd have to measure it from, the base PCB to the top of the socket, like what's right there. Because the PCB would come from, the bottom of this white strip.
Can we
up
bring
to
David
the top
up
of the
full
black.
screen?
Could we bring David on full screen? Nobody asks for that very often, but sure.
Yeah, well, it's our official CoCoTALK hand model, just so we
Yes.
can see a little better
Yeah.
than just being that little postage stamp.
There you go. Okay.
So,
It's definitely
this is Jim's adapter.
it's lower than it would ordinarily be, but I'm not sure if it's as low as the one that AC is doing. But you're saying this fits inside the ROM pack or the RS-232 pack case.
Yes, as it is right now, this does fit. If you remove the old socket and then you solder this in place of it.
So it kind of goes through like a through hole, and so that bottom piece becomes the socket.
Yes,
so that's
this whole
not going
thing just
into a
replaces-
socket. That's replacing the socket.
Well, if you want to plug this into the existing socket, you can, which is why I've got these smaller pin headers on there.
Right. It just won't. You won't be able to close the cartridge then.
Not very easily. That's
Yeah.
the reason why it's easier to remove the old socket and install the whole socket adapter.
Yep.
Like what Alan did with his adapter, where he put the pin headers, the right angle pin headers, and then soldered to those with the other socket. It's just with this one that Jim did is that it's just a PCB that has all of the traces, the wires going in the correct spots. And all you do is just solder the socket on there and solder the finished product into the cartridge.
A simple 96-step process.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I've got an RS-232 pack sitting right. Well,
imagine that.
as soon as, aha, there it is. All right, I'll give you an example. This does fit in a case. I'll take that out, and I'll have to move the phone very carefully. Okay.
We can see it.
So right there is my smartwatch clone. And as you can see, it is low as you can get it.
Yeah, that is pretty low profile.
And that socket that you see on there is a very hard to get, ultra thin profile 28 pin socket. That is a right now unobtainium socket.
Unobtainium, huh?
Rocking
But
horse
yeah,
boot.
that is a very thin socket, and for my project, I had to use them in order to get it to, fit perfectly inside the case.
Does this board have a name?
No, it's a RTC 2364.
Oh, I would say if it's low and how low can you go, then it should be like the limbo.
The
board or
limbo
something.
board, yes.
Yeah, that's good.
But otherwise, that's now I need to shut off the video. But that's pretty much, you know, you can do it. The
You
way
can
Alan
do
did
it.
is just using stuff that you've got on hand. And there's nothing wrong with the way that Alan did it. That's, you know, homebrew at its best.
Yeah, of all the ways to do things, that's one of them.
Smart ass.
Yes, and no, I am not hardware qualified to cast any judgment, but that's cool. I understand the idea of what he's trying to do there. So
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I liked about his adapter was the dip switches, having them on there. I actually commented on his video and said, I need to take Jim's design and add that.
What does the dip switches do? Is that to switch between banks on the ROM or something?
Well, let me show you that board that I just had out that was Jim's.
Oh, you want to stop sharing again so you can show?
Well, it's just that
and I just
it's
want
my camera.
And I just want to throw this out there. We're coming up. We're already at 4 hours. I think we still got more news to do. We're probably gonna have to bump updates and acquisitions at this point if there was any more. I got dinner waiting, and we got to go Christmas tree shopping tonight. So we're gonna have to wrap this up relatively soon.
Okay.
Hold on,
Well,
David. Okay, Curtis, you need to stop sharing so we can make David's video bigger. Hold on, David. The world wants to see you in the spotlight. There you go.
Okay. Let's see if I can get. Will this focus in on? Come on.
Focus, damn it.
Focus.
There you go. Wave your hand.
Of course.
It's
You don't
not
want to
focused,
focus.
but we can see it.
Wave your
Okay.
finger in
Well,
front of it.
there's. Come on.
Nearly.
Right there. Come on. Focus. Come on, you piece of crap.
Put your hand. Cover the camera with your hand for a second, and then do it back.
Yeah, good call.
Okay. Now let's see if I can get it close here. All right. Come on.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
There we go.
See those holes right there?
Yes.
Those 4 holes?
Yes.
Well, with the standard 8K ROMs, you have up to, address line 12? And on the 16K, the 32 and 64K ROMs, you add 3 extra address lines. And so what you can do is using like that dip switch bank that Alan's using, you can actually, and of course my shaky hands is not helping here.
David needs to switch to decaf. We've secretly switched David's Dr. Pepper to decaffeinated.
Yeah, but basically you can switch between different banks of the ROM. Kind of like...
So the answer to my question 5 minutes ago was yes.
Well, you first you asked, could you do the low profile thing? And that I think is yes. But now you ask, what's the deal with the dip switches? Now he's trying to show you.
Yeah. Well, it switches between the banks. Exactly what I asked.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but you got the visual answer, Curtis, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. Okay?
Stevie, I'm not you. I don't need to visual everything to figure out things work. I don't need the cartoons to explain, how to open a book.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, and seeing David's lad
sometimes
shaky
I wonder
cam.
why I stay around.
Today's shaky cam's brought to you by
Actually,
David
it was awesome
Ladd.
you brought that up though, because I forgot about the low profile, not 90-degree version of the chip that Jim did. So yeah, I mean, basically, he goes as he does in all of his videos. He does a tech explanation of how to set it up and what each pin does, and the bank switching and how all that works too. So it's a very thorough video as usual.
Yeah, I think Sloopy was talking about something similar to this too with the project he was working on, where he's basically taking HDB DOS and put it inside the CoCo, where he's kind of hijacking the cartridge port internally. So
yeah, I used one of Jim Brain's adapters myself.
There you go. Yeah, Sloopy's here. There you go. See, I paid attention, Sloopy, when you were talking, which is rare for anybody.
I was just about to say that's rare.
Yeah, usually by paying attention, Steve usually means snoring.
There you go. HDB 1.1 CC2.
And disc basic, you can switch between which ROM he wants to boot.
That is cool. Yeah, there's the dip switches. That's cool.
All he needs an LED and it's perfect.
Yeah. So now the question is how accessible are those dip switches if you're in the plastic? Is there a cutout where you can get to them and just flip them, or do you have to take the lid off to do
Yeah,
it?
we're doing all this low profile so you don't have to put a cutout.
Now you got to cut a hole in the top.
Move switches. That's a CoCo project if I've ever heard one. Let's do all this stuff to make it, and then just make it unnecessary to do all this stuff.
Cut a hole in it anyway.
That's cool.
No, I will defend Alan. He never claimed you didn't have to punch little holes in the case here. He just wanted to get the chip to fit.
You made it where you could, yeah.
And I guess, to be honest, I mean, how often are you going to be switching? You're going to be staying in one of those DOS modes most of the time. It's probably just compatibility. You want to go back to disk basic. Because he normally boots it up with HDB DOS too. He gets drive wire.
Drive wire.
It looks like you might be able. It looks like you might be able to reach those dip switches through the without taking the lid off anyway, because they're right at the edge.
Yeah,
of the
actually, a
connectors.
little toothpick or a small screwdriver might be able to fit.
Pull
It's
the
right on
drive
the card
cable
edge
off.
connector.
Yeah.
Next up, this is further on the Mr. project for the CoCo 1, 2, and the Dragon 32 that Dave Shutoff was working on. So they've actually got a quick video here demonstrating it, firing it up. I'll just play little snippets of the two parts.
Extended basic.
You
look,
start,
you get your
swapping
artifact.
your joysticks and
Cartridge zip. Okay. And then, I don't know too much about the Mister, but this is cool. And then boom, there's that artifact.
that's the crappy
sucked.
artifact at this point. Yeah. This is
Okay.
still a work in progress.
Okay, so they're stretching the screen. That's cool. Overscan. Artifact enable, disable. That's interesting. Artifact phase, normal, reverse. How about one that doesn't suck? This is like VCC. How VCC did
Yeah,
it,
1.42. We're back to that again.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. But hey, it's a step forward. Yeah, that's cool. That is very cool.
And now we're on the Dragon 32.
All right. Hello,
And
everybody.
They picked some loser's game to test here. I'm
what
not
a,
sure they did that.
what a shite product there. Looks like the orange is a little washed out.
Yeah, it could be a little bit. Or they want to differentiate it more from the red, I guess. Maybe
Okay.
too.
Yeah, could be. That's cool.
But it seems to be running perfectly fine.
Yeah, and
so
the
it's
blinky on the radar is working pretty good. So,
So I don't know if Frodo is still in the chat. I know he's got a Mister, and he actually has Roger Taylor's.
and this one you can
so-
see the tires blinking pretty well too, which is hard to see on certain emulators and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But if Frodo's on there, I think he's planning on actually downloading it and giving this a try in his Mister. So Frodo, if you want to report back to us next week on how it works for you and if you've hit any issues or anything, I'd love to hear that. And we can give the feedback directly to Dave. So
No, that's good. That is good. That's very cool. Thank you, Dave.
this is from a YouTube channel I've never seen before, I don't believe. June Cochran? I'm not
Oh
sure
yeah,
what that
June
stands for.
Cochran. Big fan of his work.
For a second, I thought you were serious.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. So basically, this is the Mandelbrot set rendered in BASIC. So he's overclocked VCC to 89 megahertz just to make it semi-tolerable, but it's still quite slow, as you'll see here.
Wow.
89
So
megahertz.
this is, I remember a couple years ago when Bill Noble was showing us the Matchbox CoCo and how it was able to do this Mandelbrot with the math co-processor and the music playing in the background. And you were saying that it was impressive, even though visually it's not that impressive to see what it looks like, but the fact that the computer could do it was impressive. Because, yeah, Bill Noble had that thing hauling ass, that Mandelbrot demo he was running on.
I think he had an ML version of the Mandelbrot.
Yeah, okay, and this is in BASIC, though, right?
This is in BASIC
Okay,
overclocked.
that's pretty cool.
So, and I know there was articles in Rainbow and doing Mandelbrot. In fact, I think Jeremy Spiller might have wrote one of those, if I remember correctly. Next up, we got a little bit of Christmas stuff here, and this is from David Moak. So he's getting into the spirit of Christmas way too early for my taste, but still.
That is awesome. Oh, Orchestra 90.
Yep, and playing Christmas music.
Turn it up all the way.
All the way.
See, that's the infamous CoCo organ sound. Sounds good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's nice to hear something that doesn't sound like that.
Unfortunately, we're not getting the full, stereo effect here.
Yeah, that's cool though. Real hardware under the tree.
Yeah. Possible fire hazard, but still.
Especially if it's got the stock 512K in it. Oh no, that's a CoCo 2, isn't it?
Yeah, CoCo 2. And a mini MPI 2 slot. So he's got the SDC and the Work 90.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay, next up here, Jason Downs. And I think Terry Steen mentioned this too when he was on in the private chat.
Oh,
here,
Ready
that
Player 2, huh?
Ready Player 2, the Dragon 64 gets a big shout out like the CoCo and Dungeons of Dagger did on the first book. So I haven't read the second book.
I'm gonna have to
whatsoever,
get the I'm gonna have to get the audiobook now with Will Wheaton. Eat some cool
Hopefully he's not covered in
whip.
whipped cream.
Yeah, cool whip. Well, I listened to my book read by Will Wheaton.
Why are you saying it weird?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
What?
So anyway, it's kind of cool. The author, obviously, he's even mentioned in interviews that he did have a bit of a history with the CoCo back in the day. So the fact he's bringing the dragon into as well now in the second book, I think that's pretty cool. We have a running theme. Unfortunately, the movies, of course, won't cover any of these machines whatsoever. But And then the last news story I've got here, speaking of VCC color palettes, Brian Joyce, friend of the show,
Protection,
has updated the standard CoCo color palette page he's got to include both the original version of VCC and then the newer ones.
Ah, look at that. This is life imitating art and art imitating life.
So there's the original one up to 2.1.0a, and then there's the slightly fixed. He said there's more improvements yet to do as the author.
Yeah.
Jim Rye has mentioned that too. But this should be,
yeah,
because Ron is saying this should be closer.
Look at that next to last line. You can see all those yellows were so washed out they almost look the same. Now you can see that some of them are kind of green and yellow and orange and peach. So that, yeah, the higher up you got, the more washed out the colors were.
And I remember this burned me and Nick when we were doing stuff because I was trying to do it based on watching the VCC screen, but when I tried running it in MAME or on the real CoCo, it was way off.
It's not quite as the same as MAME though. Yeah. So
yeah, it's still not quite there yet, but that's definitely improvement. As you said, there were some colors washing out completely. You couldn't even tell the difference of them side by side. I know when I was trying to do the original patch for Digger 3 to patch the composite colors, I tried to do it off the VCC colors, and it didn't turn out at all looking like that on the real thing. So it's good to see that progress being made.
Yeah.
And that's it for the news.
All right. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Tim Lindner, for his great MAME update and everything else. But we're running long today, so we're going to try to close this puppy out as quickly as possible. So parting thoughts. We're not going to do any more updates and acquisitions, but just parting thoughts. David Ladd, were you excited to be here today, David?
Oh, why? Yes, Stevie. I was extremely excited to be here. And the key was.
All right. Jason Reichert.
Push the button, Frank.
All right. Mark Bosley, final thoughts.
All right. Bye. Gotta go.
Rick Hewlin, final thoughts.
Great show.
All right. Chet, you didn't get a chance to talk too much today. Anything you wanted to tell us, or you just here to hang out?
No, I'm sure to hang out. Bye. Get out.
Okay. Danny, thank you. Danny, appreciate having you.
DANNIELLE.com if you want to find out the full story. I'll be updating that very soon. So.
Okay. All right. All right, guys. Ron Delvaux, thank you for all of your questions. I see you looks like you're running some ANSI ASCII art there in the background on your CoCo.
Yep, we're online currently.
Yeah, that's cool. L. Curtis Boyle, happy birthday to you. So what are you, 28 now?
I've caught up to you again.
You caught up to me again. Oh, wow. So you're 29 now.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. 29.
I'm still working on getting all that gray you've got. I'm not quite there yet.
Oh, trust me. I got plenty to spare. All right, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody who's been here. We've had a record turnout today. We peaked at over 60 live viewers, which is good for this show, and that's awesome. We still got like 46 people here now watching us. Thanks for hanging out. It's a long show. It's been a marathon, but we're here. We're pressing the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, everybody.